hopefully make me live on the next platform? Question mark. We are live on the other platform. And now I'll go here and I'll hit this button and we should be live on yet another platform. But we're not because I forgot to turn on the virtual camera. Okay, so we are live there. Forgot your brain setting in my brain. Okay, so that temperature is definitely going up a little bit. It's still way lower than it was yesterday, which is the important thing. Is the audio really loud for you, or is it just because I was adjusting with a lot of volume stuff today? It might just be my headset. I think I cranked it up. Did you turn it back off and on again? No. You don't turn off your brain. But with all that said, we'll start with the announcements for today before we go into like the whole big thing, which I realize now that I booted things over onto one of the other platforms that it doesn't like it when you do that, but that's fine. That's for them to go. So I have rearranged everything in here. So if it looks like I'm looking up this way now, that's for one of my previews. We can hear you over the music just fine. Cool. Yeah, so it's just my headset's volumes are different, which is totally possible. And the bear that is adorable that I got from TwitchCon is covering up part of my screen again. All right, so first we'll start with the announcements. We're gonna be playing some Cities Skylines II, which just came out. We had mostly... So, yesterday's stream was a mixed bag. It seemed like people were really, really interested in the game. At one point, with no major raids, we had broke about 130 average viewers. But my computer was crashing from, I believe, overheating on the CPU. And so we had a total of 4 crashes during that stream. So unfortunately, the reality is each time I crashed, I would lose about 1/3 to 1/4 of the viewership. Then some of it would come back and we crashed again. It was like every 3-ish hours we were crashing. Like 2-3 hours. So if that does end up being the trend we start having today, like if I have at any point during the stream, we have a full crash, because it's not the game crashed, it is the entire computer rebooted crash. Because overheating. If that does happen today, we will switch over to RimWorld. Just because, like, as much as I'm enjoying the game, having that full crash, I mean, one, it's just not good. Oh, this is not the save I want. Scarfdale. Because I had that thing running for hours and hours and hours to see if I could make it overheat and crash again. Which I was unsuccessful. There we go, where I don't have a whole bunch of stuff, because I let it run for hours, so that's the reason all the progression was there. But with all that said, it does seem like things are better. I made a lot of changes, and so we're running almost a full 10 degrees Celsius cooler than I was yesterday. Which is really a lot. I cleaned the CPU heatsink, which it didn't really have that much dust in it, but that is a thing that happens over time, is your heatsinks will get caked with dust. So I cleaned all that out, made sure everything was seated fine, made sure all the fans are running, did all that kind of stuff. I rearranged some things in the room itself to try and get better circulation in the physical room here, so that as this runs and makes the room hotter, hopefully that heat goes out the door to where the AC is. What's the Celsius? You only know Imperial? I'm sorry, because that's going to really hold you back in life. Because unfortunately, like 90% of the world, well, I mean, not unfortunately, because generally speaking, most of the world uses metric. We're the weird outliers. So that is what it is. With all that said, so hopefully, knock on wood, this should work a lot better today, because if it is an overheating, and I think the reason why the CPU is overheating is I'm no longer streaming just to Twitch. You know, we're on Twitch, we're on TikTok, we're on YouTube, we're on all of these things. All of them are running right now, and like I said, I'm about roughly 10C cooler than I was yesterday. Roughly. It's kind of bouncing around. I also actually have my fan is properly running. I adjusted the acoustics as well, so hopefully that shouldn't pick up on the mic. If it does at a point that you're hearing like the little woof 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 right thing on the mic, 10C is like 50 degrees Fahrenheit. It's very significant. Now that said, I was running within the range of acceptable for my CPU. That it was about 10 degrees hotter than I was running yesterday is where they're like, oh, you shouldn't run that warm. Like, you're in the high end of what your, like, the expected on-load range, is what I was on yesterday. Versus now, I'm, like, right super on the low end. So, hopefully that goes. Not in Delta C. It's, like, 20. I mean, even if it's 20 degrees Fahrenheit, that's still things. You're getting a little bit loud in the peaks, like right now. All right, we can go ahead and bump that down. So we got all that kind of stuff going on. Let's just lower just the music and see how it goes. Let's knock it down 10%. But yeah, so we got all that going on. I'm gonna have to readjust, so if you see me looking up here a lot, I do apologize. One thing I meant to do before we started, and I'm gonna try and do this really fast, which is a mistake that I should not be doing, but you know, I make terrible decisions, is I want to see how this prompter works, and I got so distracted with dealing with all the heat stuff and making sure things weren't crashing and all that, that I totally forgot this. So we'll call it prompter cam. Prompter cam, we'll go ahead and bring that up. That is not the angle I really want. That is a very unfortunate angle. It's also terrible that you're getting like letterboxed real bad. So we'll just need to fix that real fast. Because what should happen is once I break the habit of looking at chat the same way every time. Alright, so that's... I don't know how I'm going to adjust that. You know what? We're not going to worry about the prompter thing. The prompter thing is going to go away for right now. Goodbye, prompter thing. We'll just delete you. Because what I want to do is... There is an actual camera inside the prompter. It's literally the exact same camera I have here, but it's attached to the back of the prompter so that when I read chat, I'm looking at the camera, so it's not like the weird thing, like this is me reading chat now where I'm looking off to the side. But we're not there yet. I'll deal with that off stream. Let's see, the ancient pirates for stealing the metric samples? I have no idea what you're talking about, Strider. Alright. And beep boop to you as well, Ionek. Let me go ahead and drag that down. Oh, right, I need to get that chat over here. I need to do the thing where I can combine all of the chats, but not on stream because you're not allowed. But you're allowed to do it for yourself. Okay, so I'm probably, for all the people who are going to check this out on the other platforms, sorry, I'll probably miss your chats because your lettering is all tiny and I can't make it bigger, and that is a problem for that. So, without further ado, the things we got going on. First of all, we have 5 shiny new emote slots. I don't know if we have them yet or we're getting them soon. We're going to get 5 shiny new animated emote slots thanks to the announcements at TwitchCon. So we do have in the Discord under the Help the Streamer channel, if you'd like to make suggestions for what those slots should be, you know, you can go ahead and post those there. Or if you don't want to join the Discord, I understand too many Discords, all that kind of stuff, you can get someone to post there on your behalf. The only reason I'm making it be on Discord and not in chat is because once I close the stream, congratulations, chat doesn't exist anymore. And my brain will not remember it, so I need it written down somewhere, and that somewhere can be written down. So we've got that. Probably Friday. Man, is this already Wednesday? Oh, and for the record, I am planning on streaming tomorrow. I normally do not stream on Thursdays, but since we had a whole week without streams, I do intend on streaming tomorrow. Just a heads up. I already mentioned that to Tomb and all that. But, you know, kind of making up for all of the gap in streams because of travel and all that. But, so yeah, so Friday, I believe, I'll have to double check. Friday, the second half of the stream, I believe it will be. We'll be checking out Baldur's Gate 3 because we had a redeem for Make Me Play, Baldur's Gate 3. I'll double check with the person who did redeem that and basically say, hey, would you prefer this early or later stream? But the plan is to do half a stream of that, see how it goes. If it goes well, we do more of it. If it, you know, if people don't seem to be that interested and people don't turn up, you know, we'll have fun with it. We'll enjoy it. Maybe, maybe not, it comes back. You know, that's, I let you as the viewer decide. I see you typing that, Strider, but it doesn't mean anything to me. I have no idea what you're talking about. The metric system is something that was created. I have no idea what you're talking about with this, like, pirates stole samples from the treasurer was in office. I have no idea what any of that has to do with it. If you're saying, like, why we use imperial versus metric, I mean, I actually don't know the history. Maybe that's what it is. But without having the context, you're just saying words about pirates stealing things that I don't really know the what the about is there. So we have that. So again, new animated emotes, cool. We are now streaming on 3 separate platforms. I know I'm putting up 2 fingers because it's the second point, not because I don't know how to count, but I probably don't know how to count either. We are streaming onto 3 separate platforms now. My primary platform is Twitch. So just being clear about that. That does have some restrictions, like I can't, try and funnel you off to a different platform and that kind of thing. That's strictly against the rules. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like right now without context, I'm just like, brr. So we got all that. What else do we have going on? Not a whole lot actually. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get into this. I wonder if I should even record this now because I am streaming to the other platform that it would normally post this later. So it's already gonna be over there just in the live section instead of the regular section. I may not even worry about recording this. We'll see. Because if it does go down the way it's been crashing, I'm not going to get to keep the recording anyways. And so we'll spare, save hard drive space. Anyways, let's get into it and check it out. I also don't have to do like the weird hey, we're going to be checking out this game, whatever today because it's a live stream. That means I'll probably have to actually edit videos for YouTube as opposed to just putting this out. I have made a ton... Is that motion blur? Did they lose all my settings? Don't you dare. Don't you dare. You monsters. I spent so long in these settings. It's fine. I already know what I changed. So that's still disabled. Disable the fog quality. That's already disabled. Why did motion blur individually get turned back on? No one wants motion blur. Okay, so we did do a lot of things. To give you an idea of the things we turned off. So yesterday we did have VSync off. We get better performance with the VSync off. We did go through and we disabled the dynamic resolution scale quality, which is supposed to lower the quality of the game's resolution and all that in the event you're having a performance issue, except it works like garbage and is actively bad in this particular case. This can be good, like Path of Exile does this to good effect. Sometimes. But in this case, it just makes everything look pixelated and awful. I'm turning off the fog because when I saw fog while I was running this off, it just made everything look washed out. The volumetric quality settings, that's a big one. The global illumination quality, I don't know how important that one is, but that was one of the recommendations that Paradox said, saying, hey, if you have a problem, like that's something to turn off. And then motion blur and depth of field quality, that's more for preventing motion sickness than anything around frame rate. Oh, there we go. Much better. If you want motion blur, just take off your glasses. Yeah, or just don't actually do this. Just take Vaseline and like just rub it all over your glasses or I guess in your eyes or something. Don't actually do that. You'll ruin both your glasses and your eyeballs. Oh, you really like Star's Pirate? Sorry about the mechanism. I'll call him Captain Inchbeard and the Metric Marauder. Excellent. I'm smarter than I think. That's all I know. Alright, so where we left off with City Skylines last time. City Skylines 2 to be clear. So we've got our city going along. We are a nice small city. I thought we were larger than that. No, that was probably... Because the way I tested this off stream was I just ran this thing solid for hours with it encoding a video to see if I could overheat it again after all my changes, and it didn't. That said, I am noticing the temperature climb up a little bit, which is disappointing. Wonder if I should close the case up. Temperature. I know what I want to keep it below. That's nowhere near the threshold for the CPU. I also adjusted, I think what was actually happening and why the computer was shutting down is I actually had a setting on my system that was set up that says basically, hey, if you get over this temperature, shut it all down. It looks like London. I'll take your word for it. I've actually never been. London with its livestock farm right in the middle of the city center. But yeah. So like our population is skyrocketing, things are going well. We'll see how things are going. So if we're going to take a tour of our city, so our city started over here. We did this. We decided I'm going to put a roundabout here because I'm going to do this cool like 3-direction city thing, and then immediately realized like, wait, let's see, if you have a thermometer on your BIOS, you should be able to set it to alarm at like 2C cooler than the shutoff temperature. Yeah, I should have done that. I didn't think of doing that, but that's a good one.
Before we dive into our next
we'll deal with this in a moment.
Take a few memento moris to elaborate on the formal structure of the symphonic work.
Let's see, today we've been literally working a line against a mob of angry munchkins I had yesterday. Gotcha. But,
before entering the
I cannot handle you talking to me right now, NPC radio voice. Can I, like...
So, without further ado, let's... This just in from traffic. If you...
There we go. Let's untick the ads, because the ads have started getting repetitive. I know, you all really like your ads. I'm sorry, but the ads inside the ads inside the ads in the game, I think we're ready for a break from those. But so I made this like roundabout thing, and I actually do enjoy having roundabouts. They're a very efficient way of moving traffic and all that. But because I built this neighborhood back here, I kind of trapped myself where I either need to bulldoze what was the high density area of my city at the time to make this a manageable road, or just wait until I can make a new city center. And that's what this is at. This is like our main road going through. We have the city center, it has like a main road that goes around the outside. That we are starting to tuck over here. So far, the traffic's been pretty good. We got one area that's backing up a little here that I can probably fix if I put any effort into it at all. We'll see if we get there. But the point is we kind of moved the whole city. So this was the original city, so we'd go in here, we have all of our power and all that kind of stuff. Are the cities larger in the sequel? They can. If we click on this, I can buy every single one of these tiles. So individually, these tiles are smaller than the tiles in Skylines 1, but cumulatively the entire area, since I can buy the full thing, is a larger area. Now, I do believe it's something, if you do the mods, that lets you get was like the 81 or whatever tiles. Technically, I believe you could have bigger in one with the mod, but it was always one of those things with the mod, you got out to like the farther out sections, and it didn't have like resources and a whole bunch of other stuff, like was kind of lacking. So it is a big enough playable area that even if it was the same performance as Skyline 1, you'll still hit that point where you just can't handle the simulation being that big. Another cool thing that this one has versus the other one is we can actually have people named here. So like if I want to pop in, I can check that Darstrider has retired. They are wealthy. They're living in this neighborhood right over here. That is where Darstrider lives, inside this this apartment building complex, whatever you want to call it. But yeah. So we have all that. It's kind of neat when you do like the balance between content in City Skylines 1 versus 2. I'm going to cover myself up on this preview up here because I'm going to keep looking up there and it's going to distract me. So I'm going to just cover that up so I don't get distracted by it. So what ends up happening is if we compare the content for City Skylines 1 versus 2. Now, City Skylines base game, no DLC, has nowhere near as much content as this does. This, however, has not quite as much content as City Skylines 1 with all of the DLC. It does include a lot of the DLC stuff, so you'll notice we have like industry-specific buildings out here. Like I've got farms over there. I've got... Where are you at? Oh, it's over here. I've got all my mines operating, so we've got all that kind of stuff. We can kind of expand the universities and all that. So it's not quite as much. Smokier Silver, you, my friend, appear to have not been around. I know we physically witnessed Sentient Cookie so far as the news article announcing that they were no longer with us. Yeah, it has way more than City Skylines 1 had on release. Like, the things that's missing is it's missing, like, being able to build out, like, the advanced big park campuses and all that. The university, while you can like expand on it, it's not the granular thing you can do with that kind of stuff. So it doesn't have that kind of thing. That random business you clicked on was called Almost Meet. Dude, would you compare this to SimCity? Well, like it was like, yeah. So like that's kind of the fun thing is like, City Skylines 2 would have never, or sorry, City Skylines the original would have never had a chance if SimCity continued to bother to grow and develop. But like, they kind of just let that brand sit in the dirt for a while. Came out with one game that was a flop because they forced multiplayer into it. And didn't do anything else with the brand. And so City Skylines just went, hey, this giant untapped market that's being underserved. And not like they're an amazing game, but like there was just an opening left in the market. And I actually appreciate that that's been happening more and more, that the big AAA companies will be like, nah, dead genre, we're not gonna make games for it, whatever. And then some indie company pops in and goes, we can make a game for that. Blows up, and you can almost feel the saltiness come out of the AAA studios being like, but we made it first. And then trying to get back in there and just not getting anything. Because like they came out with more SimCity games since then, they just pale in comparison. Too little too late. Yep, Steam is a big reason why that's possible. They made it far more accessible for indie devs to indie dev. Alright, so we are having backup traffic over here. If you do want... Let's see, would you not... Hey, so we need to not pay any of the citizens? Good idea, we also should tax them more? We actually taxed them really bad earlier. I think we were taxing them as something like 15%. We dropped the residential tax back down to 10, but the other ones are up like 3% from where we started. Yep, Paradox is taking advantage of this. Oh yeah, absolutely. You gonna eat the AAA dev? I don't understand. So we got a bunch of stuff built. I need to build more industry. So far we've been just kind of cramming all the industry over there in the corner. Oh right, I forgot I made this expansion down here. Yeah, we're gonna end up having real traffic problems later because normally I don't like going Grid City. I deliberately avoid it. But it's been going that route. I need to go through and try and make a lot of this more interesting. Like normally it's become a meme on the channel that I will add a bunch of retention ponds to my cities in the Skylines games. Even though they functionally do absolutely nothing. Oh good, we got a chemical plant. Excellent. That's exactly what we need and want in our lives. There you are. Chemicals are everything. More are made here every day. Cool. Time to poison the water supply. Oh, we're already doing that. It's still interesting to me that I'm pulling all my water from this lake, and somehow that's sustainable. But yeah, we're dumping a whole bunch of pollution in the river, as you do. It is cool that we actually have proper seasons in this one. Like, I really am pushing it. Ah, man, that CPU is actually still going up. I'm gonna take 2 seconds, chat, see if I'm gonna try and adjust my case, see if it helps out with the temperature. Because just so we have overheating, and I do not want to go there, so give me just a minute, I'll be right back. Normally, computer cases work way better when they're closed versus opened. This particular case with, I think, the CPU fan thing is so large, it gets in the way of things, causing bad airflow. But I don't know that for sure. We're gonna see the temperature continues to climb. Oh yeah, it's already up 2 Cs since I close the case. Give me 1 second. Alright, we're gonna go with no side panel at all. See if that makes a difference. Yeah, CPU heat is rough. Alright, well, I'm sorry to those on TikTok, but I'm killing your stream because that temperature is getting a little too spicy for me. So we're gonna go ahead and kill that real fast. So goodbye, TikTok. You close the studio and everything. Close the virtual cam, all that stuff. Alright. It's official. Rual killed TikTok. Yeah. And the CPU package has dropped almost 4 degrees Celsius since I stopped that one. For those who don't know, when you stream to TikTok, it has its own software you have to use. And it is just a CPU monster. So yeah. Is this a downside of having a one PC setup? Yes. There's the downside of, like, the full load is on there. But, there's, like, pros and cons. Hey, Rual, what is your cooling method to use? So I still use air cooling. Me having a background in dealing with electronics and all that, I know it is perfectly reasonable and safe and all that, and they use demineralized water and yada 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 and water cooling and all that kind of stuff nowadays. But Monkey Brain is not satisfied. Monkey Brain goes, ah, water, electronics. Oh god, no. So, like, I accept it is, isn't it? Yeah, and also as Next saying, using a dedicated computer for streaming also has its drawbacks. So think about this. How often do we have, like, a random hardware failure in a computer, whether it's, you know, whatever, or even software error? The moment you have two systems, you have twice as much the chance of something going wrong, but you have a much better chance of if something goes wrong, because it's most likely going to happen onto whatever your main computer is that you're doing your game on, that the entire stream doesn't go down. So it's kind of going like that. Just say getting a leaf blower. Yeah. Today's processors require liquid cooling now. I wouldn't say that's necessarily true. Yeah, so taking the side case off lowered the temperature of my processor again by about 6-7 degrees Celsius. It's that particular case, that particular cooling fan thing. The cooling fan is just so massive, it physically blocks the airflow in the case. So I just did not get a good cooler with that. I want to get a radiator-cooled computer. Yeah.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions
Okay,
improve.
so we dug that hole to see if the water physics in this game was different than the other one. Not that I've noticed. Like, this isn't collecting water. That's fine. If Intel keeps pushing their TDP, their CPUs require sub-zero cooling out of the box. Alright. Okay. So, we should make the whole a tour structure. Yeah, we've talked about putting a path around it and then putting a road around that later.
My dear.
So, let's think.
Let's
come up with a couple ideas of things we can set up here. We'll do a vote, and we'll decide on, like, what is the next priority. Because I feel like that would be a good thing to decide on. An airport? I mean, I have to unlock it.
Though I do thank you for
yeah, like the regular airport is 4 points, and then the international one is 8.
Professor,
take a sip.
As a traveler from my homeland, I long to hear a tune that speaks to the anguish of
we already have bakeries, such and cookie. Train station. We already have a train station as well. That's up here.
Leave that to those.
And we have a hydrate, which we
Here's a
did.
tune just for you, and I do hope it provides your aching spirit some.
Oh, cookie. I'm not sure if you were still here at the end of stream, but
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays
you have Cookie Street
on the major
around
roads,
the giant
especially during rush hour.
livestock area.
Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast.
Can't remember.
It's worth slowing
think
down. And if you can,
I think Burning Sun was the one who suggested it.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait
How's
till
say Skylines
traffic
2? It's
and
been pretty
start
good for
thinking
us.
about it.
I have not had any
Besides,
problems
if
with
I
the
did
game
that,
itself. I
I'd
have
go
had
to
problems
bed.
with my computer overheating,
And on to our main
but
feature
that's
story.
not really the
The
game's
commercial
fault.
district is booming, as the
But,
area is attracting more high-end
okay,
stores,
I
bringing
actually
the
want them
latest in
to
luxury
stop
to our neighborhood.
talking
You can
about
now
stuff going
shop for
on.
designer shoes while sipping a fancy.
Give me music. Can you name the farm after Cookie too? I can. But yeah, if you want something named after you, let me know. Now I'm gonna be one of the things I'm gonna try and not have people like name a dozen things after them just for the sake of me keeping up. Let's see. Could you name the graveyard after Cookie too? Since you know. We could rename just about anything. You want a Duffington district? When you're saying a Duffington district, what is that supposed to reference? Because there's a bunch of things that have had Duffington as a name. Because I always get leery about like random things I don't know. It's just a random name. Okay. Hey, we're a big city. But yeah, so I've really been enjoying the game. To me, it feels like a really good you know, really good next step from City Skylines 1. So, I won't be able to get the tourist attractions all in one. I'll be 1 point shy. It's fine. Let's go ahead. I can't get the airport in one go either. So let's grab that, and we'll grab the large stadiums. They still have 3 points to burn. Da-da-da-da-da. Let's grab that with the plans and going for the advanced station. I want it to be the sewage outlet. Just let me know what you want to be named. Yeah, just a random name. I actually haven't been using the districts too much. The districts hasn't felt nearly as important as they were in
Thank you,
Say Skylines 1.
_Victus, for subscribing for 1 month.
Hey, Victus, thank you so much for... Oh, subscribed for 6 months. So thank you for the 6 months of Tier 1 sub. That really does mean a whole heck of a lot. And it was also wonderful meeting you at TwitchCon. For those who haven't checked out Victus, we can get a shout out. Another content creator on the platform, plays a whole bunch of different games. But we kind of met up with Project Zomboid. But plays a whole bunch of different games. What does it say you've been playing the most recently? So they've got Crimson Tactics, The Rise of the White Banner, Starfield, and Warcraft Hardcore Mode as things that they recently streamed and all that. But yeah, so it was absolutely a pleasure meeting you at TwitchCon. But yeah, so we are building a megacity. I'm kind of having like decision paralysis on what I'm working on. Oh right, we could also buy a bunch more tiles. So we did make our connection to be able to bring boats in here. So that's good. So, maybe what we should do is start continuing to spread the city out onto the other coast. Is there another major transit way anywhere around here? No, it's just the one highway. So I think realistically we'll end up branching that road off, bringing it up here, and then joining it up somewhere down there. Do we just go to the edge of map to do that? I'm just trying to decide on where our path is. Maybe we go here. I am noticing they're giving us more and more tiles with each movement. But yeah, so we are making kind of a big city. We don't actually have like a long-term plan exactly what the city's going to be. But we are going to try and get there. Because I'm thinking somewhere around here. I do another branch off this way. Maybe the other way too. So do a 4-way interchange here. I'm going to make the big highway go up this way, out and around. Come back down here, and then 4-way intersection over there. And then kind of the same deal. Bring one along kind of the mountainside pass, as it were. And then join those up. So you have one to the middle, one to the outside, one to that way. Kind of go with that. Let's see. You should probably add a clinic, police station, etc. to the new neighboring peninsula. The new systems for buying tiles is way better. I agree. Getting a couple of tiles each and every time that slowly builds up feels way better than you get your tile. Okay, and what did we unlock again? So we unlocked the small terminal airport. Increases the attractiveness of the city, raises the effectiveness of offices. Can be upgraded with airport services, business lounge, and all that. Okay, so this gives us a citywide attractiveness improvement. I think what I might even do is the highway up here. I might put like our main transit into the city up here. So plane, train, all that kind of stuff. Or maybe down here. Basically make like a transit hub where people can get on all of the forms of mass transit to go where they need to go. We did get a wastewater treatment plant, which I'm not going to worry about all right now. And we got some stuff we can build, like community pools and all that. But let's go ahead and come up with a couple different options for things we can work on as well. So let me go ahead and get a poll going. So what should we work on next? Highway... We'll say highway north route. Highway south route. Let's see, a couple different things. We don't really have much use for building a bunch of dams, because unfortunately if I put like another dam here in the middle, it'll just back up the water up here, making this dam stop doing anything, and so we'll just move where the water's low. Space elevator. So I know I can make a space center kind of thing. Let's see. Like, crater... We'll say, like... Crater Park, I guess we'll go with. Expand industry, which will be, like, oil or whatever resources we got available. And we'll have one more onto the roster here. Trams for city center. Okay, so we're gonna have a poll. It's gonna be up for 5 minutes that people can weigh in on, and that's basically going to be what our next priority is going to be in the game. What I'm gonna work on, and then once we decide on that, I will put whatever we decide on. I'll put in the upper corner here. Basically, be like, this is our current objective. I will work on that because one, that leaves everyone gets to participate and help like guide the stream on what we're working on. What is Crater Park? This crater here, we're going to put a pathway around it and start building some kind of development around it. More than likely we'll have like maybe offices or mixed zoning around it. I haven't quite decided. But basically we'll have like a little bit of a park area around it. You should delete the trees in the crater. I feel like I kind of like the trees down there for just being kind of this weird thing. If we were to go for the industry stuff, let's see. We've got oil down here, which will actually be kind of tough to use with the interchange right there. We got oil down there to use. I've got oil over here. That's not on my border, so I can't use it. We've got farmland up here and up here. That's probably what we'd work on is these spots of farmland and this oil would be more likely to put our time in. I feel like this oil, just getting a road to it that it wouldn't be a hassle would be a pain. We do need the oil, but we also need farmland. I need more grain. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna try and do more of this kind of thing. That what we'll end up doing is, as we do the stream, like once we accomplish something, if there isn't like this is the next thing I have to do, like, you know, very linear games, that will put like the open-ended question being like, what are we working on? And we'll work on that until it's complete, and then we will queue up the next thing, kind of thing. It'll be kind of fun to see more small farms breaking up the zone instead of Zone instead of small ones? Breaking up the zone instead of large ones? Yeah, so I've got this one here, where there's like 3 different farms in this one spot. It does seem like the game deliberately does benefit from you making larger farms. And then we just have the one giant farm here. So we do have a little bit of both, because I imagine if you make it too small, it's not worth doing. Like, I could potentially see you putting a bunch of buildings side by side with like a strip going straight back. It's the Almost Meat Farm. Oh yeah, it's the Almost Meat Farm, which is a vegetable company. Okay. That's a great farm. Yeah, it's just like a farm that produces like carrots and cabbage and that kind of stuff. Called Almost Meat. Well, that's just an empty greenhouse. Yeah, it doesn't look like they put the rendering of vegetables inside there. They make like veggie burgers and all that. I mean, I could see that. That'd be manufactured out here. That'd probably be, there's convenient food. It'd probably be under that category for like veggie burgers and whatnot. So far we got people going for the tram for the center city. For the record, what the plan is for that is I've got this, it's not a highway, it's a medium capacity road. The big challenge is going to be this loop, but my plan is to make the tram system go around this whole area. Or if I can't do that, do something along that line. Oh, it's not all the way up there, it's over here. But you get the ideas. I've basically drawn a box around the farm that'll be the tram system. Now, it might be one of these things that it pulls up to here and then it reverses and goes the other direction. I haven't figured that out. Maybe I'll be able to like exchange it off into a path that goes over. I don't actually know what we can and cannot do with the trams yet. It's a shame that the farms don't change with seasons. They get snowed on, but no, the crops don't change. It always kind of vaguely looks like wheat-ish. It would be kind of cool if they added a couple different varieties of how it appeared. Like, have some of the farms where it looks like they've got, like, a bunch of tomato plants, so, you know, gradually go from, like, deep green to light green to red. Or, you know, keep some of them will be, like, that yellowish, this, you know, kind of off-yellow color that wheat is. But if I didn't mention, sorry, with Vivictus, you should absolutely check them out. Fantastic content. I know I was basically saying what they're playing, but you should check them out. Absolutely fantastic thing. Let's see. It never looks green, which is sound.
Has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must
Okay.
drive and try to stay off the
Dad,
streets
why am I
until
typing so bad?
conditions improve.
We have a
This is
tie
the main
between
local
the
public
Tram
service
Center
announcement.
and Crater Park.
Driving
So I will
advisory
actually
is
add
issued
both
for
of
the
those on our
immediate
to-do
area
list.
due to poor road conditions.
So what I'm
Please
going to do
exercise
real fast is
caution
I'm going to
if
go
you must
text
and try to stay off the streets until
objectives,
conditions
since we
improve.
don't have the objectives
This has
test
been a local public service announcement.
anymore.
You're listening to Second Moon
And
Radio
we're going to say
with
select
Thomas
font,
Hornbuckle. And we're
dyslexia,
presenting some of the
okay,
finest classical
and we
music
will
on the
say
air. Keep that dial.
trams for city center.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about
And I'll
hitting
just
the
put right
streets,
after
you
it,
can expect delays
Crater Park.
on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to
Current
get somewhere
projects.
fast.
There we go. It'll be entirely too big, so bear with me.
And if you
Oh
can,
yeah,
plan your trip
that's way too
outside
big.
the rush.
So put that up
Oh,
here.
I don't know. I'd rather wait
And
in
scoot
traffic
you
than ever start
slightly
thinking
over.
about everything all the time. Besides,
Lock
if I
that
did
in place.
I'd never get
And I will
anywhere.
create, as soon as I
The
remember
leader
how to
of the
do
City
this,
Services Division is
a
with us
color
in the
source,
studio today to talk about why they're
objectives
contracting with
backdrop.
outside agencies to
Okay.
provide vital services to
Select.
our residents.
We'll make that
Isn't that
black,
going to be
but we'll make
costly, Mr.
it...
Councilman?
Oh, well, quite frankly, yes.
Where's the thing where we
is
make it
an
slightly
additional
transparent?
expense, but the residents have come to expect a certain level of services, and we simply do not have the capacity to provide them within the city.
Sounds like we're the ones who will end up paying for it. Should we be worried?
I expect the residents would be more distressed if key services became unavailable. Their quality of life is very important to them.
But so is their money. We'll be back after this.
Okay, and I need to take this, and I should be able to go to filters, and with, I believe under color correction, I can set an opacity. So we can go here to opacity and go So it just slightly darkens behind it so you can see that a little bit. Looks like it needs an outline flashbanged. Yeah, sorry about that. Alright. So there, now I got objectives up there. Let's drag those to be after the alerts. Did it put them in the box with the alerts? Okay. So I do apologize for all the time setting this up. This is something I've wanted to do, and now it's done, so it'll show up in every single screen. Cool, so now we've got ourselves some current projects up here. So I think I'm going to start with the tram system, because that's actually productive towards the whole area. So with the trams, I do have to build a tram depot. It is somewhat large. I am going to have a way to get the trams to that. So this is the main road here. It goes down here. So what I could do is where we have Bedford Street right here, I could scooch the college over. Because that's just the way it works in the real world. You just randomly take college and go, I want you to move like 6 feet to the right. And it just works. There's no question about it. And I'll take that, grab you, go to the medium road. We have the one at the... straight in the middle here. Extend that out that way. We will grab the high density offices. Okay, so now we're going to need to build the tram here. So let's see, double tram track. A double tram track that allows trams to run both directions simultaneously can be added to existing roads with the replace tool. Or we have one way. Okay, that's cool. So it's saying I can just kind of stamp it on my existing road and it just works. Like, no need to question anything. Oh, that's weird. I'll rebuild it here in a second. There you go. Expanded that. Oh, there's like a giant chunk of earth up there. Yeah, I'll probably have to flatten that. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. So that's the terrain is just too rough here. I gotta clean it up a little bit. So we'll just go here. Sorry, newly built offices. Life is hard. In fact, life is hard. You just finished construction. You get ready to eat all those costs. Let's see. They need to mute the jets blasting next to the camera. I can't believe the stuff like that makes it past the requested quality assurance. Yeah. Alright, how do I want to deal with it? So I can bring this up or lower it down. I think we bring the ground up. So let's grab our terrain. And I'll do something to like make it more interesting terrain-wise than like right now it's just a sheer cliff. But that'll let us hook up the tram. Yeah, that looks natural. Just straight up a cliff. Alright. So with that, we can now go in here and put those back. Is there a thing to like... elevates or lowers the terrain, soften. Nah. It's not a whole lot I can do with it, unfortunately. Like, it is raising the ground, but it's just not effective at any meaningful thing. Yeah. I was gonna try and make it so it smooths out. We'll worry about that later. Let's turn that back down before we actually go to dig a hole later or something and just immediately dig into the ground. So you need tram connection. Upgrade tool. I will say the trams in this one feel way easier to set up than the other one. Because like the other game you had like all your different road types and all that. This one it feels like you just kind of go, okay, put tram. So that road can't facilitate the tram. So we might have to do something with the loop there. Oh, weird. That's awesome. I was sitting there going, how the heck am I going to get the tram around the loop? It just straight up lets the tram go through the middle of the roundabout. That's real slick, actually. Okay, so next up I need to actually add tram stops. So let's see. It definitely feels like you should put a tram stop right kind of where we meet up. Oh, that changed the entire pattern for the tram. That's interesting. Yeah, let's put one about like halfway through every block. One here. There's probably more stops than I need. But that's interesting. It's gonna destroy those two buildings. Oh, let's just put up here. I see the problem. It's because it dips down so far. Okay, so we've got a bunch of trams set up for the whole route around. So now I see, I put them on wrong other sides. Let's see if we go the other way how it works. Okay. We're doing this. I'm doubling them up so they're on both sides of the road. I actually can't tell what's happening with that. Okay. You should name the trans station Links. And the entire idea with this is like I could have one tram going one way around and one tram going the other way around. So one clockwise, one counterclockwise, because that should help. Okay. Strider rails. Yeah, we can name the tram system something. We also have a subway we can name something as well. Okay. And we're doing the same thing, but on the other side, going the other direction. All right. I wonder how it'll do compared to the subway. I see what happened. Alright, so I have an issue where one of these two routes I want to go the other direction with. So let's pop over here. So this route here. Is there an easy way to go through this route and just say, I want to delete a stop?
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
There we go.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise
I don't
caution if you
understand the
must
route we're going.
and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon.
I'm trying to
So,
reconnect it all.
classical listening at home or wherever you roam.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end.
I don't really
stores,
understand.
bringing the
Before you
latest
pulled
in
like the entire
luxury
stuff,
to our neighborhood.
sorry.
You can now shop for designer shoes.
You like Strider
while sipping
Rails?
A fancy local Jarva mate.
The craziness
Or
tram
so
train
my wife
business in the
tells me.
town.
That's good for business.
Oh, did just-
and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched.
Okay.
and traffic flow should
So
return
you
to
want,
normal.
so for
But if you're
Strider
planning a
Rails,
quick
do you
trip
want that
out,
to actually
you might
be
want to wait a little while until everything
the
clears up.
actual train rails, or do you want that to be the
You
tram
already
system?
know about it. No use reminding.
Because we actually have both.
Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
But you got the same ad repeat all day. It's getting really old. Yeah, that is one of the things that we gave a lot of feedback on when it came to like the whole advertising situation on Twitch. It's like, look, if you're gonna play the same ad 3 times in a row, just don't. Like, all you're doing is pissing people off with whatever that ad is. They are supposedly working on that to make it less of a thing. About all you could do is, as a reminder, there is a thing called Twitch Turbo on Twitch that you could disable almost all ads on Twitch for roughly, it's like between the cost of 3 subs and 2 subs. For me as the content creator, I don't get paid extra because you're doing it, but I do get paid as if you saw the ads, even though you don't see the ads. Alright, so do we want to make the tram depot? Yeah, we'll just call the tram depot Strider Rails. Versus, like, trying to name the routes or whatever Strider Rails, because we have one route that goes clockwise and one that goes counterclockwise. Alright, so we are short on customers. It is asking me to have more yeah, so having less demand for low-density residential and more for high and medium. I think this is... Yeah, so this is medium density zoning. That's also, I believe, medium density zoning. And that's low density zoning. Can I just be like, makes sense? Strider like Walker? Yep. Oh, there's some low density. Okay. Because it seems to be they were having less and less demand for low density stuff, and more demand for high. But see, you don't know if Turbo would work with third-party devices like Roku, but I don't know. It seems like the app is using a proxy feed to feed me the stream, so I might still see them. I have no idea what the situation was with the Roku, unfortunately. It is such a bummer that it kind of is that way. Alright, so you're up to 1,000-something students. You're down to about 400. There's a lot of houses in the shadow of office building. Yeah, well, they're about to become skyscrapers as well, as the city center continues to build. Because kind of the idea is moving a lot of the low density out of the main city and putting it up here. The low-end medium density. We have a lot more demand for offices as well, which I'm not really sure where I want to fit. Yeah, there we go. Getting some actual towers in here. Because right now they're upset that they just don't have enough customers. It'd be cool if, like, slowly got into taller buildings as you go back on that hill. Oh, like, this went from being, you know, smaller ones to bigger out there. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Right now the problem is they're demanding, like, because in this game it seems to be based on, like, a bunch of different things. Sometimes they'll demand high, medium, or low density. So instead of just needing more houses, they need more houses of a particular size. So we have a muscle car that got into an accident, and there's another one marked over here that I can't see. Alright. So how is our tram system going? And also, why is it still highlighting for all that? So right now, our subway is moving about 14,300 people a day. Our tram system, which has 2 lines, is moving roughly just shy of 2,000 people a day, so that's not too shabby. And then we're moving about 800 people by taxi. And we are moving almost 8,000 tons of cargo a month. It feels like you should put trees around Cookie Street instead of parking. This is true. We can go into the advanced road here real fast. We'll put trees on the inside lane, the parking on the outside. The idea being we have no parking on the farm side, but we do have parking on the building side. Cool. Alright, so what that does is, if we look at our objectives here, we built the tram system for the city. So I'm going to pop in here for 2 seconds. I'll probably see if I can't come up with a good way of... You know what I probably can make this do? Is I can probably change it so I can add a command to make this right to the text file. So you can go here. Which means the next thing on the list is the Crater Park. So that's this area. So I'm going to start by doing, because it changed a little bit of what we could do with this. So if we notice there's like a circle around these trees a lot of times, that I can't put more I can't add trees to that circle. They've also limited us to like really not being able to build much of the big trees. I also can't move the big trees either. I mean, I can understand their hatred of trees. I'm right there with them. But at the same time, kind of a bummer. I wonder if they're going to be like saplings and gonna grow. I hope so. Okay. Let's see. So we've got all of that. Yeah, I was kind of hoping I could build like a bridge across this. Maybe we can. Yeah, covered bridge. I was kind of hoping to do, and we'll see if we can pull it off, is actually... Oh, I know. You gotta do that. Make sure it's actually connecting over here. So what I actually want to do here... And then delete this spot over here on this end. You'll see what I'm doing in a moment. Oh, that's not what I want. I want to make it like triangular in how it's connected. Too low, too distance too short. So one thing I found that was, I shouldn't say found, that's misrepresenting it. One thing that was pointed out to me is if I choose the upgrade thing, that you can actually wiggle these to the side. Using the upgrade tool. I have been warned if you wiggle them too far, it starts getting kind of funky, but it's a cool thing for if you got like something that's just ever so slightly off, you can kind of just nudge it slightly a little bit more. There isn't like... Yeah, it's like... It would be kind of fun to be able to like put like a little roundabout walkway here in the middle. I don't think it'll work. Let's see what happens if I try and do it. I assume it just won't work. It'll be like, you need a road. Yeah, it's fine. I didn't expect it to work. Okay, so we've got like this whole crater thing here. So then the idea is we're going to want to hook this up somehow to the rest of the city. And that we're going to want to put like... You know, make it the center of an area. Campsite? We'll see if I can make the campsite work. Why are you continuing to be like, we have... Oh. It's letting me know I can put both European and American-style trams in there. Sure. There is a campsite. I wouldn't be against it. Where is it at? I can see fitting it there somewhere. Because what I'm trying to do is I think we're gonna make a road around here. So what about a little suburb with a kids park around it? Yeah, so I'm thinking though is like put a little ring around it, put some like parks, recreation kind of stuff, outdoor recreation kind of stuff over here. And then we can worry about like putting businesses and all on the outside. But I need to figure out how I'm hooking up the city because
advisory has been issued for the immediate
I can
area
put it
due
up
to
here,
poor
like
road
have that
conditions.
snake down there.
Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay
Trees
off
growing in the hole
streets
feels
until
questionable.
conditions improve.
Little
This has been a
scraggly
local
trees, don't worry
public
about it.
service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Second Moon Radio with your host, J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of yesteryear.
Keep saying in the water, but
Our story this hour, Kim is on scene outside an abandoned building.
That's right, Jim. This decaying shell is a symbol of the industrial decline sweeping the city. People are being laid off. The industrial sector is on the verge of collapse. And worryingly, crime is on the rise.
Thanks, Kim. Always got to watch out for crime, not to mention collapsing buildings. We'll have more after this.
For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim,
Okay.
what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and... Oh, God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
okay. So that'll be my temporary hookup for this area. Yeah, so I'm guessing you're correct that the landfill is having problems. Yeah, so our landfill is full. Again. So cool, we'll just casually go over here and say, how would you like to have more landfill area, I guess? Why are you being difficult? Oh, I see. Sometimes you just need to claim an entire area for a landfill. And also, sometimes you just need to have your landfill go right up against your local farm. Clearly, nothing bad will come of that. Cool. So we've expanded our landfill. So yeah, so now we're at about half capacity. This is our recycling center. We have been increasing the tonnage that we're processing per time. So hazardous waste collection will improve our processing ability, but I also have nowhere I can fit it. So that's kind of a bummer. The garbage truck thing we don't care about. We don't really care about the storage area. How do you keep the demand so high? Fast forward time. They'll get there. But generally, the actual answer is the higher the desirability of your city, so far as like stuff going on, the more people want to move in. Shrink the farm a little. I mean, I can. I'm trying to avoid shrinking the farm any meaningful amount, just because I can only build the farms on fertile soil, which is like here. If anything, I probably want to move this. I probably need to just build a second recycling center. It's probably the actual reality. Probably build it over here somewhere. It's actually probably exactly what we're going to do. But yeah, so if you build up the desirability of your city by having like parks, that kind of stuff, offering education, all that kind of thing, you generally will draw more and more people. It is a slow build-up kind of thing, though. But generally, the happier your people are, the faster more people move in. The faster you can expand, the happier your people are. You get the idea. There's a bit of a feedback loop to it. Alright, so let's see. I can remember where they hid the trash stuff. There we go, it's under the recycling symbol. Now, I'm immediately going to assume that I am going to want to expand the capacity of this place. I'm curious how it automatically instantly got more stored. I think there's a sewage warning. Yeah, it's getting... Both our water availability and sewage are getting close to their limits. That'll probably take care of the water intake. Yep. And now for the sewage disposal. Not all of the river looks awful, so we need to fix that. I'm just gonna put it there. Yeah. Sometimes you just need a reminder of where you live by being able to smell the river from anywhere you are. Okay. Let's just take a look. So power, we are doing well. Actually, we're importing power now. Why are we importing power? Where do we have a power bottleneck? Somewhere we gotta have a power bottleneck that's causing us to need to import the power. Like, this is the main line here that we power everything. That goes out that we're importing it. So where are we having the problem? Yeah, so it's saying basically yellow to red. Oh, you have to zoom in to actually see the moving lines. Alright, so the places to check could be anywhere we have like a main trunk going in. So like this would be a place to check. So that looks pretty okay for me right now. Then we can go over here to where this connects. That's got yellow, so that's kind of fine. Got this spot over here. It's yellow, so it's fine. I'm not actually seeing power move along this. Yeah, so it's yellow to those two, so that's fine. Like it should be along his main routes, like here. So I don't know what the difference is. Maybe this is trying to tell me that that's near max utilization. That this is the line that can't quite handle it. Versus this one's not heavily utilized and this one is. It's kind of hard to read. Did you figure out what was causing the crashes? I think it was the computer overheating. I have made a lot of changes that hopefully will mitigate that concern. So one thing I could see doing potentially helping out with this problem I mean, we got the dam over here. How much of the grid are we using? So we're still only consuming about half the power, but I'm importing almost half of my power now. there's a way to figure this out. Because we do see that power's coming in, so, you know. Where does the power go out? Alright. So power station overload there. But this one's running perfectly fine. Let's see. Allows the power plant to lower geothermal temperature, which increases the output with somewhat. Additional turbine. High voltage substations. What are you at efficiency-wise? You're up to 14%. There's no upgrades I can build for you. Yes, this is telling me that this thing is a straight up overload. Are you not actually connected? You aren't connected. Well, I mean, you are. But your power output is so incredibly awful. It doesn't do any good. Okay. That's all the power going out here and over. It's implying all the power is flowing this way. Gotcha. So it goes into this substation, and then that's just it. Whereas this one, we do have a connection. But all the power is going out that way. Is that not connected? We have something that's not connected here. So you're connected there. You show is connected here, and we're not getting a warning about that. Wondering if I have a bad connection somewhere along here. And you're connected. So weird. Maybe what I do is I run a high voltage line up over this way and then pop it in. Is this all residential back here? What is along this road? I think it's a highway. Oh, that's the road I literally just built. That's right. Okay, so I need a road to plunk down a substation on. I could put it over here, I think. And that might work. So you can put the substation over here. Since it's effectively just a utility. Get rid of the extra length of cable here. That's fine, we can leave that part. And so now that's connected over there. We can just bridge this right on over here. Let that power up for a moment. It's still not backtracking that way. That's what I don't really understand. Residential on the opposite side of the lake could be cool. Yeah, so what I'm trying to figure out, though, is right now, I'm not getting the power from the geothermal through the main lines, just the little ones. I'm not sure what that's all about. High voltage substation allows a new power line to be built from the power plant. But I already have lines attached. Let's go ahead and double check, make sure that is true. So if I delete this power line, it does recognize that we're no longer connected. And it is attached. You are producing most of the power. You think the geothermal power is probably being used by industrial area? It could be. But the thing that it's telling me is that we look here, that I'm producing way more power than I'm currently utilizing. There's about 80-ish megawatts that's not being used. So this is only being at 27% utilization. But for some reason... Let's see what happens if I separate this out. Now it's suddenly not working anymore at all. Weird. So why if I connect this, though? We start importing it. And then that does connect everything up here. Huh. Increases power output and adds another power line connection. Yeah, so now my power output is up to 300 something, but we're still not getting power out of this line here. That's the part I'm not quite understanding what's going on with. We could also try taking a connection off here and build a substation over there as well. See if that helps at all. Okay, now weirdly the whole thing is online. Sure, because now we're exporting all that power. It just needed someone to wake it up, that's all. Okay, so now that our power's fixed, let's go through our stuff. So power's fine. Water is fine right now. Medical. The crematorium is not quite cutting it. And that's over here. That's a clinic, isn't it? Yeah. There's a crematorium. So crematorium. Alright, so it needs... It's implying that, Okay, so I can't quite fit it anywhere. Actually, that might work. It's implying that there's, the vehicles are the bottleneck in that, so we add another one. That's probably a traffic issue more than anything. Okay. We must construct additional pylons. Yeah, so let's just try and keep going through, checking everything. So our garbage processing status is not even remotely near adequate. Our stored garbage is somehow higher than our capacity. I don't know exactly how that ends up working, but that's apparently a thing. Okay, so that's going to increase our, our processing a little bit. I'm going to regret that. So we've got it now where we can process. Doesn't feel like it's. Isn't that supposed to add a bunch? Oh, so it can process an extra 1.1 tons per month for each of these? That's not as amazing as I thought it was going to be, but that's fine. Alright. So, we're able to process way more recyclables, but the downside is we are not even remotely close to processing the amount of trash I have per month. How many recycling centers am I going to need? With 2 recycling centers, I'm at 30 tons, and I'm producing 127 tons. Is there a policy I could go and put in place here? Because that feels like it is going to be a difficult one to make work. Where were policies even on here? City policies. Let's see. Taxi minimum fare, we don't care. Advanced pollution, industrial things, yada yada. They produce more garbage. City promotion. Increases city attractiveness, it brings more tourists, but also, unfortunately, increases crime. And we have high-speed highways, but louder and more pollution noise. Pre-release program. Prisoners enrolled in education programs before they're released from prison. This helps them integrate back into society and reduces their likelihood. Sure. Absolutely. Turning some of our crime into the... You know, and all that. Let's get back to our little park over here, because I'm getting distracted by all the other side projects. So, the first thing is the campsite. Maybe I can fit over here. Yeah, so put a campsite here. So we got a little campsite for our little park out here. Meanwhile, we're just going to cram whatever we can fit in around this thing, because there's not going to be a whole lot of space. So this is the narrower side, so let's go ahead and add one little park there. The dog park is kind of small, so we'll add that over here. Oh, 1 second. We got one thing I'm going to have to do, which is we are going to need a route for... people to get to the inside circle. Could add a fix garbage issue as a project.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
Is there anyone here I'm going to be able to build that? I don't think there will be. It's too big. And then the large plaza, and the large state park, and the large playground we can fit. So let's put the large playground over here somewhere. Okay. We have tennis courts. I probably won't be able to fit those in here anywhere, which is fine. Yeah, I kind of want to build, like, I kind of make sure we build some, housing out there. So we got a skate park. I probably can't fit that in here anywhere because the same thing about these are all like pretty steeply curved things. I do wish there's mods. Oh, actually, I can fit it right there. And a basketball court. We'll put that over here. Meanwhile, we'll go ahead and pop in over here. Put a walkway over there. And there. Bring one to this spot. And one to this spot. So basically just making a bunch of different ways you can walk into the inner circle. Alright. So, what we could do here... let's put a little bit of low-density housing in the area immediately around this. Let that build up a little bit. We don't have much demand for the low density housing. Put some low density businesses around it. Well, that's the thing. Right now I don't have access to actual tourist stuff, so I'll have to wait to get that. Right now it's just gonna be kind of like a little, just a little place that people can get to. Kind of just like a little neighborhood thing. People can't wait to send their kids to the playground located right next to the crater. Uh-huh. It's probably okay. Alright, so we're gonna leave that alone for the moment. So I think that'll satisfy, like, the quick and messy Crater Park. It'll build up a little bit there. Could you fit an elementary school? No. I mean, maybe on this edge. I actually don't think we have much demand for the elementary school right now. Where is my elementary school? Over here. That's a high school. Oh. I might be completely wrong. Yeah, elementary school is nowhere near adequate demand. There, we got an elementary school right over here. It's kind of at a weird angle because of the circle, but that's alright. It will not fit in the inside, unfortunately. Alright. So we still need more. There's another elementary school down there. Okay, so we've got our elementary schools are near capacity, or able to handle capacity.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution.
Our high school is fine.
And try to stay
our
off the
college
streets
is
until
still
conditions
horrifically
improve. This has been
inadequate.
a local public service announcement.
Which is interesting because when I actually
Driving
choose the high
advisory
schools,
has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions
it
improve.
doesn't look like it's
This
actually
has
supposed to be
been
that
a
bad.
local public service announcement.
Second Moon
Cam
Radio
frozen?
with
I can unfreeze
your
it.
host, J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of yesteryear.
For our feature story,
Yeah, so
we're
it's
on the
telling
streets
me that I
with
still
Kim this
don't
hour,
have enough
taking the
college
pulse of the city.
area.
So,
It's
Kim,
also interesting
what's
that
the
in this
word on
game
the
that
street?
college and
Tell us
university
what
are
you
separate
hear.
tiers. I
It's
mean,
more
they
what I'm
are
smelling,
in
Glenda.
like real
I
life,
have to say, it just
but it
totally
is
stinks around here.
it is interesting that
Gross.
they've got that high.
And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and oh God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doing
No,
It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, kitten. We'll be back.
we're going to have problems with that one. So yeah, we'll
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched.
Canada
and
College
traffic
different than
flow should
it is
return
here
tomorrow.
too.
But if you're
That
planning
like
a quick
college
trip
is
out,
usually a
you
2-year
might
degree
want to wait a
versus
while until
university can be a
everything
2
clears
or a
up.
4-year degree.
You
Um,
already know about
may
it.
put another
No
one on
use
the end.
reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays.
They put on the other
and
end.
drive safe.
Yeah, I'm thinking that like I could put up here. That might be what we actually do. Because I know I looked at it, I was like, it's kind of out of the way, but yeah, you just tuck it right there. That might do. So we'll upgrade you because that gives more capacity. Because like the other thing we're running into with the colleges as I'm building them is if we look at some of the other ones we've already got built, like this one down here, they're not really using it at much capacity, is the thing that I'm noticing. They do have decent transportation to a lot of these. So not super sure what that's all about. Meanwhile, we've got more demand for medium-sized residential. New signature building, the Bolter Pines, a stone monolith that diversifies and enhances its surroundings. Okay. So, it increases the well-being of those around it. But you could weirdly just wedge in right here? Really? Oh no. Okay, it's about to be like, it's like, wait a second, what do you mean I can wedge it in there? There we go. You can change the budget of some services. Maybe you can boost the garbage processing, a roads upkeep, see if it improves things. So the interesting thing is that the road upkeep that they keep, like every occasion they'll call in the complaint on. I actually have the thing here where we can look at the road upkeep, which is here, I believe. So road maintenance, like green is good, red is bad, so I can just check. So I've got like one spot here where the road's in bad shape, but that's just one individual spot and everything else is good. Got like a little area that's slightly yellow here. So honestly, road maintenance is really not a big deal. Gotcha. Some that are bad by hills. Did I overlook them? We got the one there. Some of those ones are a little yellow way up there. It's like one spot there, but generally the roads are doing pretty okay. Like that's just a matter of the road vehicles getting around. So I'm not actually that worried about the maintenance. That seems to be going all right for me. What is kind of curious is they really talk a good game about parking kind of thing. But I haven't noticed much benefit. They're talking about how potentially you might have to walk really far parking along the road. So I wonder if it's one of those things that I should put a parking lot by the subway and just see what happens. Shops and restaurants and kiosks and passenger convenience increase the attractiveness of the station, and the services pay rent, which offsets the maintenance costs. Cool. Is there a reason not to do that? Other than like the immediate cost, or if it's underutilized or something. Yes, I'm kind of wondering about this parking lot. Like, if I shove a small parking lot right here by the subway, somehow, not disrupting too much. Will we see like a huge amount of people park here and then suddenly that'll be good? Or is it like kind of just a mess? I mean, to be fair, we put it there and we're already just getting vehicle after vehicle after vehicle popping in here. And that's with us charging $10 to park there. So I guess it's doing a lot for us. It's also causing traffic problems because everyone's trying to get into it. I suspect there'll be something... Yeah, it is already completely fully occupied. Oh, that's a bummer, as they keep pulling in to look at that. Yeah, using the parking lot with that. So interestingly enough, they will pull in and look for parking, even when none's available, which is kind of a curiosity. Maybe the next time we level up, we get underground parking, because I believe they'll let me wedge a bunch of the parking areas in underneath buildings. Okay, well, we've caused a traffic jam by adding a parking lot. Excellent. Mission accomplished. So garbage is piling up. None of the vehicles are in use. I guess I just build another recycling center. Project vote for parking. Alright, so I think we are ready for our next project vote anyways. So we'll go ahead and put up a poll for a couple of things to work on. What are we working on now? Expand parking. Set up an airport, which is gonna wait till we actually level up. Expand garbage processing. What else can we work on? Expand industry. And let's see one more thing. Let's see. Work on North Highway. Okay. So we got another poll going. And this is basically what we're going to be working on so far as our next major project. Because we have finished the current one. Also, maybe add a second landfill. So I don't really want to add another landfill. Oh man, it's filling up so fast. What I really want to do is I want to get to the point that we're actually handling all the trash rolling through. I mean, I'm going to have to add a second landfill in the interim. But I am trying to get it so that we can start emptying, yeah. So I want to get to where we're getting the landfill moved to actually processing it all someplace else. I guess in the interim, though, we're going to go right here. I'm going to say landfill. I'm going to plunk that as far up the road as I can here. What I'm going to do is start adjusting this once I find the button again. It weirdly did not keep that, I expanded it. All right. Making a huge landfill here for right now. All right. Add waste processing to it. So the waste processing here on this one, I don't think that's like that gets rid of the pollution. I don't think that's how it works. Maybe it is. Can I add that to you already? Because in theory, you're full if I add the hazardous waste collection to this. It just says area too small. I'm assuming what's saying is saying you can't put this here because it's already full and it doesn't have place. It can displace that trash. We can, since this is full, we can start setting this to empty the building, or empty the landfill, to start trying to move it over to this other landfill on the other side of town. Since it's right next to a recycling center, we can make all that happen. So far we got a three-way tie between expanding our parking, expanding the garbage processing, and expanding our industry. so we can get all that going. But that'll be like the focus of our next project. I'll go ahead and get the list of like objectives updated with all that. The good news is the computer is staying at about like 10 degrees cooler. I do wonder when Tomb gets home, if she's gonna be like, oh my god, it's so cold up here. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, so trash is an immediate problem from the looks of it. Are you not collecting the trash? Because we don't have enough trash out. There's no reason for me to get another vehicle yard thing. And the reason for that is I'm not using all the trucks already in there. That's fine. So what should happen is this thing should gradually empty out, moving the trash over to the recycling facilities as well as this other landfill, and eventually we'll get rid of that landfill entirely. Because I do want to try and get rid of the landfill as much as possible. Does you feel like you should add trees on the river to kind of hide all the industry? But overall, it seems like a good use to put a lot of trash processing stuff there.
Please exercise caution if you must drive.
A lot of trees by the river
until conditions improve.
To hide all the industry.
This has been a local public service
yeah, it's kind of hard.
announcement.
Okay, so expanding the garbage processing is what has one. So let me go ahead and update our objectives real fast.
Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets
expanding
until conditions improve.
Garbage
this has been a local public service announcement.
processing.
You're tuned into Second Moon, the channel where the classics never grow old.
For our feature story, we're
Okay.
on the streets with
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
I
Fire
am going
and
to
rescue
change our
service
radio
reports that
station.
Fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to
Okay,
anyone
just
near
try and mix
At
up the
this
music a
time,
little
all
bit, because there's
citizens
not
in
much in the
the
way of
affected
music
area are
selection in the
instructed
game.
to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under
I could
control.
see turning off the in-game radio. So the catch-22 is I could see turning off the in-game radio in favor of our own music, but then the downside is when it comes to the VODs and all that, then they don't get... Ooh, actually, I gotta check that. So I'm not gonna change off that, because it's suddenly striking me that we might run into a problem on the other platforms that are way more aggressive on their enforcement of DMCA, because I don't know how the separation of channels works over there. We shall see. Alright, so we got recycling centers on either side here. We are getting a bunch of trash brought in. They are trying to process that as fast as possible. And we'll see how that goes. Right now, this one can handle 50, like these can both handle about, I think, sings DMCA to the tune of YMCA. Absolutely. The emptying of the trash doesn't seem to do anything here. Let's see. I think he meant putting small woods at the riverbank to hide the view of industry area from the residential. But I don't think the AI tracks residential happenings from that, does it? No, it does not. It's just a proximity thing. Besides, who wouldn't want to be up here, you're checking out your nice ancient castle ruins, and looking on upon the beauty and splendor of nature. Just the beauty and splendor of nature, just looking from an ancient castle ruin, and just seeing what we're just doing with the place and how wonderful and beautiful it truly is. Also, I think the trees did grow. I think you're right. I think the trees are growing. It will be curious to see... Oh, that's interesting. They have a rating on how much wood they have. Apparently, the large playground is a crime scene. That's deeply concerning. Cool, I guess. Yeah, so we had the processing turned up. We're having problems storing the garbage. Because the thing what's happening is rather than the vehicles, if I go this garbage truck, exactly what I thought. So the garbage trucks and all that are going into town rather than just taking it from the landfill directly next to it. Speaking of which, I think that should be a roundabout at this point. So we lose one house doing that, we lose 4 doing that. Let's start with the 1. That's not what you want. Okay. Well, if it's real life, doesn't recycling get collected separately from trash? Yes. In the game, though, in the past, unless this one's different, which is entirely possible, basically so much recycling goes in the trash that they can, like, separate it out at the facility and then they ship a bunch off to the side. Generally speaking, though, yeah, you'd have it separate bins and whatnot. That's literally not going down. Gotcha. So it seems to be transporting the trash from this landfill to the other one singular truck at a time. Alright. You have a good time, Smoke Your Silver. Thank you again for tuning in. You know, don't party too hard and all that good stuff. Alright, so we got 12 points. We don't need the advanced pumping station. We're almost to, like, all the advanced tech. Oh, I forgot that I built that thing, right? Either way. So we could build the international airport. Let's go with the tourism, I think, is the first one. I still have 5 points left over. Gonna put in a radio telescope. Okay. So, how am I doing with my trash processing ability? So, I can now process 50 tons of trash a month, but I'm producing 177, and that's the big problem I'm running into right now, is the amount I seem to have to expand this is ridiculous.
Thank you, Sniper Spice, for subscribing for 18 months.
Thanks, Sniper Spice, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you could use it anywhere here on Twitch. And you used it here in my channel, so I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that continued support. I hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing, as well as your access-free emotes, and we indeed. Alright. So we have the observation tower, the bronze statue, a water park, and a medieval castle. So that's a restored medieval castle, which is bigger than the ruined medieval castle, in case anyone's observing.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
But the giant observation tower? Nah, it's fine. This whole area is going to end up getting built up soon enough. Oh, the water park is way smaller than I thought it was. The medieval castle that's restored. That's what I'm like, what the heck do I do with you? The chicken farm sold out for a bronze statue placement of a giant chicken. Yep. Wonder why it's attractiveness. Forest proximity. Apparently it's considered in near proximity to a forest. Ah, there's a bonus for its height. Interesting. And it's the same thing. They're complaining about the rent is high despite us having very low taxes. Alright, what are you complaining about? Oh, right. So we have this thing. The observatory. Cool. Oh, here's our geology thing. Yeah, so it's facilities performing geologic studies that helps discover larger underground deposits. So we have a higher chance for people to graduate, as well as we also get better chance, like extra ore and oil deposits or whatever. So you're having an air pollution problem. Oh no, don't tell me the wind's blowing across here, so all that garbage is causing me problems now. I have a feeling that's exactly what is happening. Yep. It is all of that. So you've got your wonderful, wonderful houses overlooking the mines, which are off putting a whole bunch of pollution directly into you. Gonna be honest, not sure what the best solution for that problem. The smell of progress? Would trees help? No, I don't think so. Not meaningfully, at least. Alright. So let's take a look at the air pollution thing. Yeah, so it's all the trash mostly is the big problem. We're getting a little bit from that location, but it's mostly the trash blowing up. I will try adding trees. I don't think it's gonna matter that much, but I mean, what the heck? Alright. Yeah, achievement for planting at least 100 trees or bushes within a city. So we're making like a little forest down here along the bank. See if it does anything at all for the trees. Or for the houses. There's a multi-plant? Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. That had to be a mod in the previous one. That will also add it to this side of the river as well. So normally, like in the other one, what would end up happening is if you had pollution nearby it, the trees would all get all scraggly and die. I have no idea how all that's tackled in this one. Yeah, so let's honestly just deliberately go along all this and just put down trees. They're not that expensive. It'll make it look a heck of a lot better than just having none of them. I suspect we're going to hit some type of limiter like they had in the other one. Like, there was a number of objects kind of limiter in the previous game. That there was some mods that let you get past it, but there was, I remember there was one limit that's like a hard limit that you couldn't get around. Just all of the trees. Please. All of them everywhere forever. And we're also looking at that. Your CPU is the limit? I mean, to be fair, at least that's a reasonable limit. That's actually one of the things that I get why games do it, because a lot of people aren't going to take into consideration those kind of things. Like, that's the things we ran into with Project Zomboid. People are like, I don't get it. It's dumb that the game crashes when I put up the zombies to 16 times. I'm like, well, they let you take the game way beyond what your computer could reasonably handle. I think that's actually not a bad thing. That they're like, hey, you can take this to the moon if you really want, but like, seriously, it's not gonna run well. Yeah, so we spent maybe $10,000 on trees out of our 26 million. So I don't think that's going to do anything for air pollution. I think genuinely that's just a problem. Oh, all the birch trees in the hole. Yup. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens. Alright. The people in the city are not looking well. Now with that attitude, we do genuinely have a problem here. So the issue is, like, the mines are producing air pollution, but seems pretty minor. It's all of this that's the real problem. So I think what's going to end up happening is we're just going to straight up have to move it, which isn't necessarily that big a deal. I mean, I can put along here, maybe. It's not the greatest place to put it, but... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I know it's not playing the alert quite yet, but we'll get there. Right. So we've got that hooked up. Okay, so got our recycling center up there. Can I just move you as one giant thing? Apparently the answer is yes, I can. Which should be curious how that works with the previous trash we have left behind, but you know, we'll worry about that when we get there. I'm sensing a really annoying problem. And I don't think I can actually delete it as like an individual thing. Well, Just rebuild it then, I guess. And then I can go over here. And just drag that out so as much as we can. Make ourselves a nice casual landfill. Alright. So interestingly enough, it did appear to make that disappear. So I am curious. It doesn't seem to have the 2000 whatever. So not sure how that works. Maybe there's just we have horrific pollution inside that area of the ground now, which would be completely reasonable and fair. Meanwhile, I can go up here and say, process all the garbage, please. Okay. Maybe relook at the other one, since you can. This is fair. That's not necessarily a bad idea. Let's just draw this road out farther. The only
we
big...
interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Yeah, so the only downside I'm seeing of this, though, is the potential risk for, if we get traffic problems along this route here, which is honestly pretty probable, it means literally all of my trash stuff gets... I see. So weirdly, it lets me build it there, but once I place it there, I can't tear it back down. And we're just kind of stuck with it. That's fine. We'll just grab this. Build all these things. And now I'll add it. They've got another recycling center down here, which has like no upgrades because there's no room. Okay, and one thing I'm going to do, which is probably a mistake, is make a quick like bridge over so the vehicles kind of here can quickly cut across and just go down. Alright, so we've had a ton of trash processing up there, so what should happen is a lot of this air pollution should improve over time. Let's take a look at how that's going right now. Yeah, so we have all this pollution that's already existing. That should mostly start to wash out. Like you can see the giant pocket here. And if it doesn't improve too much, we'll have to figure out how we're changing our zoning. Because this is a static resource. It can't just move those mines up here. What were we even working on? What did I set the priority to? Expand our garbage processing. So yeah, we are making progress there. I'm still nowhere near the potential of what I need to be able to process to make this work. The interesting thing is I have an absolutely absurd capacity. Yeah, each of these can handle about 150. So it does seem like I'll need, I think setting up the roads to handle trucks is probably a good idea. Yeah, so far, it's not even that. They're not sending out the vehicles. Which is the thing that has me curious, is they're not full, but they're not sending out the vehicles to get full. And it has me kind of scratching my head on, okay, but why? That's not what I wanted to build, actually.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
Saying, maybe try the incinerator plant thing? Yeah, I was just thinking that as well. So I'm going to put this, because this in theory should give me enough trash processing to handle everything. But just as an extra thing, we can go here, and we'll toss an incinerator plant in there as well. And just see what happens with that. Alright, so where's the main last... Okay, so we got power over there. That power will be easier to reach. Let's see, extra garbage truck depot, extra incinerator furnace, storage extension. I won't worry about any of that yet. Let's just let this figure itself out. Yeah, those ones have trash going out. That one's not doing anything right now. You have one vehicle in use collecting trash, one vehicle in use, 0 vehicles in use, 0 vehicles in use, 0 vehicles in use. So, If that I don't get. Let's check our budget, make sure I didn't do something to mess up our budget. So we're actually making a bunch of money on power. Maybe just needs a bit of time. It could be that as well. So the garbage and all that, we're here. Service budget effects, the processing speed of garbage, as well as how many garbage trucks are currently in use. Efficiency increases the electric output of incineration power plant. Okay. Yeah, because as long as it's storing enough that it's able to process it all, I'll be okay with that. That's just the issue, is we're not sending out enough trucks to do that. Don't really know what to do about that situation. Hopefully that smog improves. Alright, so that said, in theory, those buildings that we look at our trash processing, those should be able to get up well past our trash production right now. I'm also feeling like I absolutely do not need the second landfill, so let's just get rid of it. That'll be our buffer. Because my other hope is even if we just collect all trash here, then I could turn around and say empty it, and maybe I'll just dump it all to all these. I'd see that being a whole thing. Alright, the thing is, each of these is capable of processing 50... Sorry. Oh no, that's not true. We can handle about 20 tons out of each of these. Ah, that's right. So, okay, so that's 80 there. And that's 120. That should be 150 or so. Okay. So yeah, so in theory, that should be more than enough to handle all of our trash. Why are you complaining about sewer? You should be all hooked up to the sewer. Our sewer is hitting capacity as is our water. Okay. Sewer, that should be straightforward. We can just pop over here. We might be hitting the capacity of what that can handle. And this we can upgrade. Alright, so let's check our stuff. So power, we're exporting an obnoxious amount of power. Water trade, we're not doing anything. We're still only a little bit in the surplus with water. Huh. I guess I just need to build another one. I feel like these maybe need to be moved around. And even with the extra sewage outlet, it's not that much better. Let's go ahead and move another one of these over here. And mostly because I'm worried about hitting the, I'm confused? Oh. There you go. Mostly because I'm worried about hitting whatever the limit is on how much a pipe can handle. That's still marking as if... You're connected there, buddy. Try this again. I mean, it's spitting out stuff. Like, I don't really understand what it's complaining about. It says it's not connected to the network, yet I'm watching it just dump out sewage. It's connected. Okay, that one's not complaining, so we'll just go with that. I don't have a blinking icon for no reason forever. Okay. So we're dealing with more and more of the pollution. So that's going pretty well. And how are my temperatures doing? Temperature's still doing fine. Yeah, so it looks like I'm not going to worry about also putting stuff up on TikTok, considering it seems like TikTok's the one that's just like, your CPU is forfeit. Alright, let's go ahead and put a roundabout here and see if that helps this situation. Yes, help them all move around over there. We've got a lot of room for more businesses of a bunch of kind. Okay, so some of the smog icons are going away because it was farther up now. So it is just slowly working its way through. That should get better over time. So that's some good news. We're having more demand for industrial and all that. That said, how is our trash processing looking? We're supposedly exactly break even, which I find hard to believe. considering this building isn't even being utilized at all. This one barely is. So I think what'll end up happening is it will be a thing that just over time, that'll sort itself out. In the meantime, let's actually check on you. And expand that a little bit. Pop down here real fast. And go to our industry zoning again. Okay, so 173 deficit, 500 something deficit. Okay, I get it. So we have a need for grains. All right. Okay, so we built ourselves a little bit more farmland over here to try and deal with some of that grain shortage. Because the more I'm keeping it inside our town, the less I'm exporting and have to deal with all that nonsense. In the meantime, we go like this. Adding more stuff along here. We don't have that giant landfill over here as well. So now I could go ahead and bring some more roads through this way. Cool, we are a huge city. Excellent. And let's go here real fast and paint all that with more industrial. Alright, so we've expanded that a whole bunch. So that'll help out. Alright, what are you complaining here? Waiting for some hearses. Okay, so I think we have expanded our trash stuff up enough. So a very large and powerful particle collider used for physics experiments increases the interest in university studies and creates a higher demand for electronics and software companies. Okay. Industrial waste processing. So it collects toxic waste, producing result from industrial production. As a result, the ground pollution produced by industrial buildings are lowered. I'm actually not that worried about that. The airport, which makes office and commercial companies more effective. So I can't do all the things we want. So let's do the import-export reduction, because that feels like no matter what I do, that's going to be a benefit. I can't do 90% of these other ones because they're all really high-level ones that are 8 in cost. I'm not worried about doing solar right now. The Grand Bridge, I can't afford. Underground parking, we talked about that. So do the underground parking. And I'll grab the post-support facility just because we can. And the underground parking is actually pretty significant in size. And that provides parking for 200 vehicles. So let's see what happens while you set that up. And let's see how much that helps. Because that parking lot is like solidly full forever. So we'll see how much that helps. We also got ourselves a central bank. Which I don't know why that's... being the way it's being. Citizen well-being. Yeah, the performance is running pretty good for 50,000 people. Yeah, so I think the biggest mistake that Paradox made is their default settings are just really not good. And so I think they are actively getting punished for what, like, they have a problem, but it's not the problem that people are complaining about specifically. That's the way it implies to me. Now, granted, I am running a high-end PC. I could be entirely wrong, all that kind of stuff, yada, yada, yada. But to me, from what I'm experiencing, the performance has been actually... like, it just... does not feel like nearly as bad as it's made out to be. But again, I'm on high-end components and all that. For me, my problem's been I've been overheating, but that's not really the game's problem. That's my hardware problem. I like your not CN tower. My CN tower? The big observation tower? Oh, yeah. But trying to figure out where the heck I'm shoving the central bank. This thing's huge. And unfortunately, I just don't have a good place to put it. Making a place, that's what it's going to end up being, is I won't be able to put it where we've got stuff. And the mail sorting facility I just don't have a need for yet. That said, that does remind me, I actually don't have... mailboxes everywhere I probably should. Okay, so we've got a bunch of mailboxes now. We don't have quite enough mail processing. I'm not sure where I want to tuck that away. They keep wanting to put stuff down here, but it doesn't really fit. Okay, we can go back to communication. Oh, I see the problem. Let's go ahead and move you. I see why it's all mad. It's like no matter how you place it, one of the driveways doesn't quite reach. Can I extend that just a smidge farther? And that's all because this ground is so incredibly uneven here. There we go. So we have increased in-house space for stuff, extended storage for more mail. So we can add more vans or more mail capacity. All right, look like one of the most recognized monuments up here. It looks like a big donut stick. Nothing more Canadian about it. Yeah, that's that observation tower is just a monstrosity. Alright, so I would say we've got our trash processing set up. Hopefully it actually works the way we think it will. Because we are starting to see these building up some trash. They're not reliable yet. My hope is as this starts to fill up, I'll be able to set this to empty and it'll dump all the trash onto these things and we'll go back and forth a little bit. But if not, then that might just be something that does not work well in the current version. So let me go ahead and get the poll up for our next things that we're going to start working on. And we'll get that going. So, what are we working on now? Let's see. Build a new office, I don't know, district would be the word I guess we use. District doesn't fit, so office area. Build or work on North Highway. We can go ahead and let's see, what else do we still need to make happen? Expand industry is another thing we need to do. Expand industry. Trying to think of let's see, what am I still missing? That's the thing I keep tackling is like, okay, where are we gonna be working with next? Let's see. Replace Old Town. And let's see one more thing we can do. Expand Peninsula. Well, we can't really do the Peninsula area. Like, and I'm thinking the office area will be where the central bank will go. I don't know where we're putting that yet, but we'll figure that out. Expand industry. What else are we hurting on? So we've got offices, industry. We have the North Highway to go and expand that way. And work on South Highway. Alright, and that's what we'll go ahead and do with that. So yeah, so the plans we have right now is one is to take the North Highway, which is where I go from here, and I start going up this way. It'll eventually come back down, attach up there, so I can build a bunch up here without having too much traffic problems. The South Highway, same idea, but we're going to go down along the mountainside and come back up. That's the reason I haven't spent these. 24 is a lot of tiles, so that'd be good progress there. For building the office area, I could see locating the office area. Let's check where our natural resources are. If we do the office area. Alright. Yeah, so the oil's there. I could see maybe putting like the office area down here. So like have where maybe the highway, maybe turn that into a four-way going down this way and build the office area over there. Is what I'm kind of thinking. Expanding the industry, what we'd basically do is we'd choose some of these areas like the farmland over here, that patch oil, and we'd start setting up industry on them. The ones that we don't fully have, well actually because we have a bunch of tiles for, we could grab slice ones that we don't have tiles for, but basically just expanding the industry. Replace Old Town is this section right here, up here, is kind of not really holding up anymore. So start trying to like build that out, like get rid of what's there and rezone it and do all that stuff. And that's, yeah, South Highway I've already gone through. So we got a couple votes for like, you think you should have districts, just the things that have clear names? Yeah. I haven't been doing that. That's actually going to do all the votes going on. District creation tool. Create city districts, defined areas inside the city that can have specific policies. Specialized industry area tool. Adjust the specialized industry of an area. Okay. Yeah, so go over here. Okay, this is Old Town. Just in the future when I go to refer to it. This will be downtown. We'll go up here and we'll refer to this right now. And we can rename some of these things. I'll just leave that one named because I don't have a particular name in mind with it. This will be like the Peninsula Park or whatever. Castle Hills works for me. Castle Hills. This will be Quarry Alley for all of our like industry stuff over there. And then this will be so now I want to, yeah. Let's see, old industry. And we're just going down here. Build new office area. The box. And trash. I'm blanking on how to do aisle. Trash aisle. Okay, so we've got some like basic regions set up. So just in the future that we're like, oh, we're gonna go work on this area. We can be like, okay, let's work on Old Town. That's in this box. Oh, we're gonna work on downtown. We just got this neighborhood up here as one. We got the peninsula over there. We've got like the old industry area, the new industry area, that kind of thing, where all our quarries are trash. All right, so let's see. So our new objective is going to be work on the office area. So I'm gonna go ahead and update our objectives real fast. All right, so set up office park. That's what I'm going to call it for right now. Like I said, I think what we're going to do, and this is probably easier said than done, is I think I'm going to take this interchange. We're going to switch it from being a 3-way interchange to a 4-way interchange. And then we'll... Oh, actually, no, wait. There's a reason I didn't do that. There's oil right there, isn't there? Let's check the... Yeah, so I got oil right there. So instead, we'll make this one into a 4-way intersection. And what we could do later is what we'll end up doing is we'll branch off the box onto it versus that nonsense. But on this side, we'll put like the office areas somewhere just over here-ish. So with that, let's go ahead and... grab like all these tiles up to the mountain's edge. It's a pretty small oil thing. I feel like you could still put it opposite of downtown? We could. Alright, so. But I do want to exploit it. It is one of those things I'm curious. So we've been exploiting this. And it's still just churning away on the stone. Part of me keeps expecting... Oh, good. The pollution's all gone there. Part of me keeps expecting this to, like, start running dry. I don't know if that's how this one works, because that was the way the old one used to be. Oh, weird. It got bigger. Okay. Quick talk. Oh, its distance is too far. Yes, that's interesting. So, that didn't cover us up as much as before. It could be that maybe that the water is just... No, because it's on the other side of the road, too. Weird. I think maybe that's what this thing did. The one where it says 200% deposits. Like, maybe it just made them larger or makes it discover more or something. I don't really know how that thing works. But it does feel like the ore areas are now much larger so far as for us to utilize. It's fine. In the meantime, let's look at our interchanges, because I need a big enough four-way interchange to handle traffic both directions. So we're looking for a four-way interchange. So Cloverleaf is probably our most powerful one. So a floor layer stacking one. So let's see. So I can handle moderate traffic capacity. So you're too big. A moderate traffic one. Yeah, so we have the roundabout interchange. That we could potentially plunk down right here. It should slot in really well. And that should be able to handle medium capacity. And then we have the Cloverleaf interchange. It's a bit bigger, but also suggests it can handle moderate. I feel like the Cloverleaf is going to be better for traffic purposes. Alright, so the first point is all of this interchange needs to go away. Okay. We'll probably have to get rid of these power poles over here and move those to being underground. Okay, so let's see if we can't manage to make that interchange fit near here in a way that isn't horrific. Alright, I think that'll do. Alright, so now we want to go to highway. So it's a 2 to a 3 lane. Let's go ahead and bump it up to 3 lane back here. Oh, I chose the wrong one. I was like, wait, why? Much better. Well, that's kind of weird. I kind of like it, though, if you don't see what I'm talking about. So, this is going from 2 to 3, or 3 to 2 lanes. So what it's done is it's taken 2 of those lanes are going onto the 2-lane highway there, because it's bi-directional or whatever. And this one has 2 going that way, but it also took that extra lane and just made it a U-turn. What I don't know is what the heck that big stripe cutting across here is supposed to mean. That is a little unclear on what's going on with that. But I do like that it automatically made like a little U-turn here. Cool. So that takes care of that exchange up there. We already have the power underneath. So, now we should be free. Is that a stoplight? Yeah, so it's a stoplight for the U-turn. So that the people who stay in this lane pull up here, they would wait there to make sure it's clear, which shouldn't be necessary.
Smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires.
I actually don't think I was going to U-turn there in the first place, so I don't think I need to worry about it.
Manage to get the fires under control.
Alright, so in the meantime, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to set this to parallel. You have it go a little ways at 180 angle. Then we're going to drop it back down to 2. Yeah, because back here is where we'll branch that off. So I don't know how far this is going to even go. We'll just plan that at some point in the future, that'll loop over there. Oh, don't parallel that, please. Okay. Can I set that to be a giant loop? No, that's fine. Alright. So we've got the main interchange down here. Like I said, I think we'll put like it vaguely up in this area. Yeah, so Lia's probably a stop technically. Yeah, we'll see what it does. Because they're just blasting past it right now. So it's a little unclear how that's actually supposed to work. One thing we can do while I'm looking at this is go to our upgrades, go to our crosswalks. You do not need a crosswalk over there. I keep trying to right-click away the stop sign. You know, that's fine, whatever. Okay. So, the next move is going to be actually giving ourselves an exit off of here, which is going to be another interchange, but one that's going to be a lot less high capacity. Yeah, the connection for local traffic, that's low capacity. That's the trumpet one. Let's not use the trumpet one because I am going to want to connect that. So we want to make sure we put it decent ways down the road, though. So I'm leaning towards the partial cloverleaf. And then put that down here, and then we have that crossroad we'll attach the two ends. Because I don't want to put another full cloverleaf here yet. And the partial cloverleaf does mean, let's see, you can use the trumpet to connect the roundabout to one side. The trumpet. Yeah, I do think the idea is I do want both sides connected. Because like this one I'd probably want to position it like that, but I don't think I wanted to go through in that way. Because I mean honestly we could just have gone like full on with one of these again. Which wouldn't even be that bad of an idea. We have a teardrop that's low traffic. That's for urban areas. I think the partial cloverleaf is what I'm leaning towards. So go over here, we will knock out a little bit of this highway. And do the half one here. Can't quite line up how I want, but we're just going to have to live with it. Alright, so now we go back to this. Go back to our highway. Okay. So you are a 4-lane road. You're not a high... Well, actually, no, you are a highway. So I'm pretty sure that's what you're set up for. And so for right now, we're just going to go ahead and dump this straight that way. And straight this way. It has U-turns on both ends. And honestly, we're not going to do anything fancy, because I could sit here and try setting up another interchange off that. I don't think that's necessary. Instead, what I'm going to do is we're just going to go and do this the easier way, which I think is... Do we have a medium road up here, or is this all small? I think it's all small. Yeah, so we have all small, but we have this road here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab another one of these small roads. Oh, you're set to curve. So we're gonna take this. Alright, so we got a little bridge over top here, and we're just gonna make a quick and messy exchange here. So we'll take that. So I've got that exiting on. This shouldn't matter yet, but it will eventually. So I've got that one. So now I want to take this lane. And just like we just did. Pop it over here. Alright. So not the cleanest intersection, but you get the idea. It'll serve. So now I've got a second route to get in here, which also gives us a second route for people to get off this exchange here. So we can exit over here, we can exit down here. Again, not my favorite intersection. I should go through and clean that intersection up, because it could definitely make that more compact. They'd probably have it run up straight here and then drop right back down. I'm not going to worry about trying to do the precision on that right now. So, now we need to choose to make our office district and how we want to structure it. Camera frozen? I can go ahead and fix that. So deactivate, activate. So we got that going all right. Okay. So we've got that whole area set up. Let's see what we can do with our office district. I'm kind of thinking we use this like a drawing tool. I'm kind of thinking what I'm going to try and do with it is make it a bit geometric on the inside. So use this almost like a stencil. So you get the idea. I want to make this ridiculous like roundabout nonsense that we've got all this going on. We'll put the central bank in the middle. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Put the central bank in the middle with like a little road that like pops up here to reach it, just because it's big and obnoxious. That's the only way it's gonna work. And then we can go through and deal with all that. Okay, so we want to delete that. I don't have a particular plan for how we're gonna do this. So for right now, we just need to make a road. Yeah, we'll put that there just for a thing to line up the bank using. But let's grab our central bank. Okay. And it's gonna get all mad at us because it's not hooked up to power or water or anything like that. So we're gonna take this just as far as over as I have to make that. Why are you being all weird, road? That's fine, whatever. Okay. So. This be a 45-degree angle? No. Plan the train a bit? I mean, the train's... It's only a slight slant. It just seems like this one's being glitchy. There we go. Yeah, it's just being weird and glitchy. Okay. So that's the 90 degree. There should be 135 is about where I want this. If you don't know why, 90 degree means you have a right angle, and then 135 means you have basically a right angle plus like half of an angle. So it should allow me to make this happen. Or if I take this now, okay, we can go up here. We want that to be 135. There we go. $135. That should be able to go right across. Yep. Oh, let's see. Are not doing something like a hexagon thing? Yeah, I am going to be doing the hexagon thing. It's just I'm trying to set it up. It's not going to be perfectly even, because it'd be too hard to make that work. At least I think it'll be. So it's a hexagon thing, but it's just a little bit... is that off? It's so hard to tell where things are with this. Yeah, so this one is slightly farther up than that side. Let's try fixing that. I think what the issue is when you go to place these roads, you can place it here or here. And it's kind of one of those things that's just hard to go with. There we go. That's even. I think we did the same thing down here. Let's just redo this whole thing. I just need to be very mindful that you can place at different starting points. Actually, that's not even. Alright, we're just gonna fix the whole thing. Like, that basis is probably fine. So we're placing it on the corner, 135 degrees, and you're putting it just out of circle, so 61 yards. And same deal, we're going over here, 61 yards, 135 degrees. This one, we can place corner on corner. Actually, let's not even worry about that yet. So we're clicking there, same deal, 61, 90 degrees. 61, 90 degrees. That'll be 135, and we'll go to the 200, whatever it was, 201. Okay. On the corner. So again, that should, it's not even. Okay. There's probably stuff that I could figure out. So it might have been I didn't place that one correctly. That's it. You can do 322 yards to make a proper hexagon instead of a shaved rectangle. Oh, is that how far this one is? The other thing I could also do is have that go out to here. Okay, so then this side is... It won't tell me. It's basically the circles on the border of each other. Okay, so if we go up here, 135. That should be correct. Let's see, so then your longer sides are 235. Oh, so you're saying, so this side would be like this. Let's go back over here. Because once I get the first layer set up, I don't have to worry about that after that point. Then it should all go pretty smoothly. Alright, so 135. I still don't think it's going to be perfect, but we're going to just do our best. And we'll do the same thing on this side we did on the other, so bisect this. 90 degrees to 61. Bisect this. 90 degrees to 61. Come across here. Alright. And like weirdly, maybe these corners will be where we actually expand this. So we'll take this, bring it out here to the so 120 yards. It doesn't let you lock it in the same place twice. It's fine. As long as it's close enough that you don't really particularly notice it, it'll be fine. Like, I'm noticing all these are, like, slightly off at different spots. Like, those, like, that one's perfect. This one's got a weird gap there, even though those all should be the same distance. But it's fine. Alright. So the caveat here... So I believe I need to take that out to this distance. You misclicked the bottom left. I did misclick the bottom left. Thank you for doing that. All right. And I think once we get this ring done, that'll be the size of this area. That's not even close to the same. Why is it so different? I must have started at a different starting point. That is like, the thing that's throwing me off is the thing where it's like that, like on the lane instead of here. So I'll double check that. So that's way up there. Ah, that's just a different length. I probably did the same thing here. So we're on the intersection itself. We're at 122, 90 degree angles. 122, 90 degree angles. 122, 90 degree angle. Okay, that's right. Cool, cool, cool. 122, 90 degrees. 122, 90 degrees. 122. Yeah, it's close enough. It's not perfect, but it's close. Okay. So, with all that, now I need to set up how we're getting this connected to the area out there. And I'm deliberately leaving it like that, so that way we can expand later, but also that it will work for the time being. So I think for right now, we're just going to take this, and I'm just going to go like this. Pentagon vibes. Yeah, so we're just going to take this straight out here. And then I'm going to curve this road. I'm going to set back to straight. I have to back this up a little bit more. They need to straighten this road out. So the real question is if I put you like that. Now go over here. So we've got the bridge set up again. Next time I'm going to try to make it way more compact just to see how that looks. So I'm going to try and do is we got this support here. Need to make sure we have that right. So that'll go this way. Well, let me put it that close. Okay, that's just not gonna work. It's fine. Was trying to do is just can I see where the other one's intersection is? No. Alright, another sloppy intersection, but it'll work. Okay, so now the next big problem is we don't have power down here. I think we honestly put a transformer up here, which kind of ruins the vibe a little bit. But the reason I think we do that is so I don't have to like send like the little cables around here and not be able to get enough power through them. So that gives me a really strong amount there. We will need to get the pipeline. So what's also been interesting is I've been expecting to hit like the limit of what these pipelines can handle by now. And that's just not something that has occurred. So like, I don't know if they don't have a limit or what the deal is. Okay. So now our central bank is all hooked up and we want a ton of offices. So we should have a couple of plazas in here. Let's see what we can do about that. It's slightly too big for the large plaza. Large state park seems like the wrong thing. There we go. So I put some plazas around the outer side, you know, the outside as well. Help boost the land value a little bit. We are going to want to move our subway to have a stop over here. One second, before they start building down there. Oh yeah, there's subways. So down here, I don't actually want this. Okay, so if we're gonna hook up our subway, so let's check. We've got a stop over here. And honestly, I'm thinking about not having it go the whole route, but just like literally, just dropping the one entrance like right here in the middle. Just trying to connect it to the downtown area. Like have it honestly just like literally patch in up here, just go up here and back down. wonder why that's giving me such a problem with this. Is it even lower, maybe? There we go. Okay, so we can grab that. Connect it up here. Connect that there. Connect it down here. Can't tell if that's finished or not. Alright, yeah, so it's all connected up and ready and all that. So that's subway line 2, so it just literally pops into downtown and back down. Hey, Ulrich, how's it going? So with that, what do we call this, this ridiculous office park place? Let's see, did you know you can make livestock farms anywhere aside from polluted areas? I did not. Wait, what is... Oh, right. Oh yeah, so we should absolutely go to the subway entrance here. And we'll upgrade it to have food and all that. I did not. Does it make the soil, like, rich over time? Or not really? Because we can put them anywhere and create rich soil. That'd be a thing. The Octagon, a homage to Brian Fontana. Yes, it's an Anchorman reference. Alright, I mean... It just says it's not dependent on natural resources. Gotcha. It's interesting then that when you select it, it goes out of its way to show you where fertile soil is. Okay, so the Octagon. So it's the Octagon office park thing. Which is just straight up a big circle of like really big office buildings. Also, you saw your crash issue? I think it was overheating. We are running almost a full 10 degrees Celsius cooler today because I put in a ton of work to doing everything I could to try and mitigate it. So part of that was actually changing the like very little of it had to do with the game. I changed some settings in the game that helped, but I did a lot of rearranging of the room to help circulation and a whole bunch of other things to try and help mitigate that. And it's actually nice. My room is actually kind of cool right now, where yesterday is getting real uncomfortable. You're just started to crash the desktop and me today? Gotcha. Yeah, mine wasn't crash to desktop. Mine was crash to the boot up screen. Like what I said is taking down the stream. It was taking down everything, like full on reboot. Hence why I'm like, this is. It was either like because of that. It's like okay, it's either graphics card driver crash, overheating, or power supply shortage. But I always have built my computers with me very, very much over setting what the power supply should need to be. Because it's just one of those things that the only way to fix that problem is to buy a new piece of hardware, so I figure over spec it now versus more pain later. This will be kind of fun to expand too, like expand to like start getting towards the edges here. And I can see potentially down the road adding an art overleaf or whatever. I also like how like weirdly, so we've got grids over here. We've got like, twisty suburbia kind of out here. This one is kind of like weird rail type thing. This is another grid situation. And then this is a hexagon, so that's kind of cool. So it's neat just having a bunch of like weird ones. This is another area that's just like rails. That's another one that's just kind of these twirls or whatever. It's kind of fun having so much variance in the city design. Let's see, the river also causes sort of a Manhattan island shape for the Castle Hills. Yeah, you can take a look at here in a minute. They're demanding low-density residential. Yeah, it sort of does have it. Like, Manhattan Island goes right down to the edge because it's not a natural land formation. Like, part of it was, but, like, where it's at now is not. They dumped tons and tons of trash into landfill it to, make it bigger. Alright, let's take a look at our supplies. We are just absolutely amazing on power. Water and sewage we're doing fine. Medical, or crematorium is just woefully inadequate. So that's going to be something we need to deal with. Okay. So that makes our crematorium able to actually hand it. You've heard New York City is looking at expanding the island again and rising it to mitigate sea level rises. I hadn't heard that, but I mean, so it didn't seem like the rising sea level was that big a deal because they're still a number of feet above the waterline at high tide. Like we're talking 6, 8, 10 feet. So it surprised me if they're doing it to mitigate sea level. I could see them expanding it for the sake of the fact that Manhattan Island is pretty much as saturated as could be, with the exception of technically the Central Park and that kind of thing. But, you know, Central Park is like such a mainstay, you don't want to get rid of it. Plus, you want some nature in there. Like, people come from all over the world to see Central Park. Oh, they're like, medical access. There is none. That's fair, because the poor medical vehicles have to go the whole way around here, out, down to the interchange, and come back up. But that's the reason we just need people to take the injured people onto subway. That's reasonable, right? We are officially processing enough garbage now. You really like the UFC W ring? It is kind of like a wrestling ring or whatever. Alright, so our power is fine. We were over in education. How is education looking these days? So our elementary schools are not up to the task. We do have a ridiculous capacity for both university and college students. But unfortunately, college, I just can't seem to convince them to actually go. They've all got that old man who's like, you don't need to go to college. I went and didn't go to college, and I turned out all right. It's like, well, that's cool, but, like, times change. You know, change is kind of like the only constant in the universe. Yeah, let's, oh, wait, what did... Okay, Promo's like, wait a second, I don't want to build a college there. Alright. So we've built another elementary school, we've expanded its capacity. So we've got, I'm going to name this one Castle Elementary. Because, I mean, there's literally a castle ruin right there. And that way all the children can come out back here and they can walk out in this nice, wonderful walkable area with these hedges and everything here. And there's nothing to worry about at all. Nothing at all. The lack of hand railing and the sudden very sheer incline just beckoning the children. There's nothing that could possibly go wrong with elementary school. I don't know what anyone's worried about. Look. We have been not held legally responsible for anyone's deaths yet. It's fine. We always lose a couple in spring. Yeah. I need another elementary school. So where do we have elementary school students that are not Man, we literally are at capacity too, so it's not a lack of desire to learn. The elementary, everyone is all about it. I feel like we should put it down here, which it's also interesting that's complaining that there's just not enough capacity down here, right next to the elementary school. Can't fit it there. Okay, so we're fixing that up real fast. So that puts us pretty close to almost exactly capacity. We have done a lot of expansion right now, so we're probably having a disproportionately high number of young people compared to what we will balance out to once we're not right there. So for the high school, weirdly, I've got 468. Let's switch to the high school. Yeah, the high school's weird in that I have the capacity to handle them, but they're not showing up. And I'm pretty sure, are you a high school right here? No, you're a college. Alright, so I built another high school right up here. See if that helps our cause at all. Now, the college level's the next one that we're having an issue. I have 21,000 students eligible, and I've got colleges all over here, and I can't get them to even fill the capacity of my existing colleges, which I don't really know what to do about that, because that would imply that we could have so many more and they're just not signing up. Now, the university we actually have some room for. Ooh, I forgot how big you are. Where am I gonna put you? So the medical university is actually long and narrow, so you could potentially put that someplace not as difficult. But man, that technical university is pretty significant in size. Can we get this overlay thing to go away so I can actually just... Nope. So you're the subway yard. Yeah, let's not put the technical school there. Alright, so the hexagon's fine. We're actually having a bunch of people abandon the buildings there because there's just not that much demand. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and do is, I'm gonna go ahead and hide the objectives for a minute. And the reason I'm gonna do that is we're getting pretty close to the halfway point during the stream, and we'll figure out if we're doing more of this after that. I think I'll put up to the vote like usual. Because I'm having fun, but I also don't want to do just this. But we'll see. Like, I would be totally fine with playing more of this as well. So we have more industry. I could probably just build more industry off here. What I'm going to do, though, is let's see real fast what natural resources we have, so where we can plunk down more industry and be fine. So weirdly, this just got bigger. We could also put the oil industry down here, right in between all of this mess, which would tackle that road pretty hard, but I'm feeling pretty okay with just causing, you know, horrible cross-traffic disaster. Because, you know, sometimes you just cause horrible cross-traffic disaster. So let's put one of those right there. And another one right down here. Then take a road between them. I should be able to go here. And then... Just do that for right now. Okay. I want to say, like, not like this. I was like, wait, did something go wrong? Please. No. Don't do this to me. All right. One thing I'll say is it really does feel like in this one, they didn't do nearly as much with, like, the radio and all that. I kind of miss, you know, the at the old grain mill family restaurant ad and the Dino oil ad and all that kind of nonsense. I don't know, the ads in this one, it's like there's just not enough variety, I guess. Because they sell radios? They'll sell it to you later in DLC? Well, that's the thing. It used to be, at least, maybe I'm just misremembering. It used to be like the music varied on the radio stations, but the advertisements I thought were on all the radio stations. And it could just be literally that, you know, right now we're getting a subset, and then as they add more radio stations, they'll add the extra commercials even if you don't get that radio station, but the music you'll have to get the radio station for. Maybe. Either way. All right. They already had 3 radio station plans out? Yeah, no, I saw that. Like, actually, because I bought the game, they didn't give me a key or whatever. They weren't giving out very many keys. There's only like 20 or so, like only 20 or so creators that I'm aware of that were given keys or whatever. Like, it's a really, really small subset. Oh, good, we're gonna pollute the underground water. Absolutely the way it should be. Why wouldn't we pollute our underground water with literal oil? Excellent. Petroleum products have never been so good. Our offices here are just collapsing because we just over-invested in demand. Oh, frack. It's fine. We're only using this water. We don't really know or care where this water comes from, but it's fine. But many non-creators got keys, and it didn't play out well. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, that was, we already talked about the whole thing where a bunch of the media groups who got keys, they were like, hey, this version's not the optimized version, it's not the release candidate, like, it's an earlier version, so you gotta check it out, the performance isn't what it's going to be in the final product, yada yada yada, and they reviewed it as if it was. Despite, like, everyone very clearly having that communicated. So, that was great. And I'm not going to call out names because I don't know what communications happened. Alright, so we've got all that set up. Why are you unhappy? It's not ground pollution. Yeah, this is saying all the residential is badly sustainable. So why is that unhappy? Power is fine. Water is fine. Medical, the crematorium is once again at capacity. Alright, so it says our healthcare is doing fine. That we have the capacity by a large margin. Our trash processing is barely managing to be adequate, but at the same time, like, it's definitely not being fully utilized. Landfill's doing fine for right now, so we'll deal with that later. The education-wise, our elementary schools are technically not quite enough, but like I said, I think we have a disproportionately high number of young people because we expanded very rapidly. So that should fix itself. For high schools, we have way, way, way beyond more than enough capacity, so I don't need to worry about that. The colleges and university, I'm struggling to get people in for them. We're going to be building more university campuses soon of like the technical and the medical. We actually do have a pretty bad fire hazard concern. So let's go ahead and like right here, I'm going to put a fire station. That way it's right access to this main road that goes out. So that should help with our fire hazard. Oh, let's also check. That's what I thought. This whole area down here is just begging for fire. So we'll add that down there. That should make all of this better. And plunk one up here too. Okay, so that's probably going to hurt us a lot financially. Oh, he didn't do the welfare station thing. So try that out. Because those have some pretty ridiculous range, but they help a whole lot. So we have capacity for 50 prisoners. Right now we've got 19. The crime rate, the average crime probability is actually pretty high due to a high success rate of criminals. So it does appear that unfortunately we do have inadequate police force right now. That's conflicting with some... Oh, it's hanging out into the water too far. So that should help with this section. We have a police department over there. Plunk one down over here. That should help with that. Alright, so that should help with all that stuff. So right now, our trams are transporting about 11,000 people a day. Our subways are transporting about 17,000 people a day. We're moving about 10,000 cargo a day. It's interesting that... So let's see. So utilization is nowhere near particularly high. No one is using our boat line at all. And our subway utilization is nowhere near maxed. Cool, cool, cool. Can you check how much money the office sector is making? Let's see if I can check that. I don't know if I can. No, it doesn't actually tell me how much it's making. Sadly, it only gives me a population count. Only people living and working in this district are allowed in. This increases the well-being of its residents and reduces crime area. Does not affect city services. Have 6,000 citizens treated medical clinics and hospitals is the achievement. Roadside parking, speed bumps. Oh, so you know what we could do? That is now a gated community. So yeah, only people who live in this community may go into this community, which makes sense. That seems like it'd be a good way to keep through traffic down to avoid having problems. Yeah, so I've got traffic backing up here. So one thing we can do to help out with that is go here, go to our crosswalk option, get rid of the crosswalk off that, so that they no longer need to stop for the crosswalk. Same deal, we'll take it off of this side. We're not seeing many people trying to cross here, so that's okay. So I think that pile up over there is causing problems at this end. I don't think I can put a roundabout here because of the geological center. Yeah, so I can't roundabout here to like make bypasses and all that. So what could we potentially do to improve this? I don't think that, so I think the light's the right choice for that. Like, it's possible I could put, So I've got some options. If I told them no left here, that'd make that a through lane, which means then you could go around here and do that. They're not getting a backup over here. So you'd be able to turn right always, and then, you know, that could always go through. So this would be the only conflict here, is that one turning right, left, or, you know, right or left. Let's see, can you send me a picture of me? Yeah, you can. If that's really what you want to do. Yeah, I also want to be able to tell you no U-turn. That's the one I really want, is to be able to tell people like, you're not allowed to U-turn. Find a different route. Because this kind of stuff that blocks it up is where all these ones are going here. Why? Where are they all going? You know, let's force them to go farther up the road as well. Yeah, so no left turn there, so they should go up. There should be one of those ones that they just kind of go through. This can only turn right. That is going to back things up on that road, but I'm really hoping that what they'll do is it'll alleviate some of these problems down here. And once that's done, we should be in better shape. Wait, what is it? You can't seem to get anywhere in the city? I can't seem to get anywhere in the city without traffic. Let's look at the horrible, horrible traffic map. That's transportation. Traffic. Yeah, so we've got heavy traffic on this one main inflow flux. The grids here, pretty bad. That area over there is pretty bad. I might be able to make that a roundabout to alleviate some of this. This whole interchange is a disaster. Okay, so I think the way we fix this one is we take that intersection that we've got there, we move that joker way up here. And we go back here, and we get rid of that. And the reason why that's going to help is because that's so close to this intersection, it's kind of compounding the problem. Whereas if we have it back up here, they're going to add in there. It'll still be an issue, but it should help allow the traffic trying to go through to do a little bit better. I could also potentially see it being like one of those things that we go out and wide around to try and fix that. Alright. Yeah, we already made the subway that goes through here. We got a bunch of collapsed buildings. Cool. Alright. We also have room for more high-density residential. That's kind of one of the things I've been doing over here is a bunch of this stuff back here that's lower density. I've been knocking that out and increasing its density whenever we have the upgrades. Making this the place that's a high density area. What about adding an off-ramp? So it's not really an off-ramp situation. The issue is they're trying to get over here from basically anywhere else in the city. So rather than cutting through this way, they're going over here. So I do have an off-ramp here, but this isn't really adequate for this. What I do find interesting is a lot of the people running around here. Oh, here's one thing we can do that might help. So adding an additional one. Let's put a small parking lot here, if I can fit it. It's not looking encouraging. So put a small parking lot here. See how that goes. Because this is one of those things. Let's check in on this parking lot. This parking lot is basically at capacity. So let's keep seeing what happens if we add that. So I've got one down here. And one down there. Let's see how those go. So we're basically adding more and more parking since they seem to be using it. My curiosity is that by having more and more of them parked, we will end up with less cars on the road. Are any of the roads that can be upgraded in the center city? Not really. Because there's not, I mean, there's only a little bit we could do. So I could make them one-way roads, which might actually alleviate some of our problems. I can only make them up to 3 lanes. So that might actually be an option here. Let's actually see, because what I could do is this set of lanes. Has to circle this way. Yeah, so that has to circle this way around. And then the inside of the circle... Oh, I want the inside of the circle to go the other way. So basically, if you want to go clockwise, you go in the inner circle. If you want to go counterclockwise, you go in the outer one. But that should give them an extra lane. And then very quickly, the parking places are filling up. Each one of those is giving us a bunch of parking fees, which is great. I like money. Money's pretty awesome. Okay, we've got all crude oil we're going to be pulling up, so that's good. We got all our stone happening over here. We do have, farther up this way, some more places we can grow crops. So I can just put like, hey, don't do that. You don't actually seem to care, honestly. Alright, I mean, sure, I guess. I just saw the shadow, I was like, what? Okay, sure. Let's check our list of people. Well, almost all of our people are becoming retired seniors and all that. That is quite the roller coaster in not too long. You know, broke up with one person, got married to another one, didn't acknowledge like going into a relationship with them or anything, and then they're like, you can't believe you finally got married to yet a different person. Okay. Living your best life, I guess. Aww. Kira Liz actually had a baby. They have their baby, Liv Hopkins, who is currently in elementary school and is, I mean, poorly educated. They're in elementary school. They haven't actually learned yet. Their occupation is student. That's adorable. A lot of the named people have gotten to the point that they're retiring. Seeing Caloria still working at Go Nut Donuts. Solid job that's worked out for them their entire adult life. It doesn't say like their exact title of their job or whatever, just like what level of experience on it. Office buildings have lots of empty space. It's fine. There'll be demand. You know, if you build it, they'll come, right? That's how that works. You just keep building stuff even if it makes no sense. Eventually people show up and profit, right? All right, so Donut Quality Control Manager. Hey, I mean, someone's got to do it. I mean, I'm not even that huge on donuts, and that doesn't sound like a bad gig to me. Granted, I'm sure it loses a lot of the magic after you've had, like, a couple thousand donuts. And you're just like, you know what, I really just don't want to eat any more of these, please. Alright, build a bunch more industry over there. How is our finances? Ah, we're losing about $100,000 a month because of just all of the stuff we're doing. But that's actually kind of okay. We need way more wheat production. So in material goods, we're doing amazing. We're exporting literally 1,276 tons of media. We are somehow exporting 425 tons of financial. We are exporting 461 tons of telecom. And we are exporting 812 tons of software. I don't know how a lot of that works, since a lot of these are not physical goods, but you know, we're sure. Let's not worry about it. And we are importing a lot of stuff like electronics and cars and clothing and that kind of nonsense. A lot of the raw materials we're good on. For software, it's the developers. I want to import finance, absolutely. Just we're exporting like wads of cash. So yeah, the big thing is like we are importing 700 tons of grain a month. So I think let's go ahead and see what we can do about that. So I've got a place to build a farm up here and one down there. So let's just go ahead and really fast see what we can do about that. Plunk you there. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just plunk it in there. Alright, so in this case, just gonna pause for a second there. Pause for a second there. Alright. Honestly, let's be dangerously lazy about this and just literally on the major highway just just have a road go straight to it. Not any considerations of safety for anyone. Bi-directional road just straight onto the highway. So it's gonna be one of those places you're driving your truck, you're going like 65, 70 miles per hour and then drops to a 35 and it goes right back up. Let's see. I'll give you 1 metric ton of financial. Oh, and I have like weirdly like 1 block. It's fine. Where's the other pipe? Okay, so that shall be connected. You smell speeding tickets? Hey, you think all of this is like our entire city is run to like survive on the profits of like all our business taxes? Not? No. Our primary income is going to be speeding tickets. Those police departments do exist out there. I've known places like that. It's like especially notorious if you're in your like small town with big police department kind of situation. I've had really bad experiences with those just being speeding ticket central. Speeding trap towns exist? Yes, they do. I have names I can think of in my area. That you do go and it's like literally a 55, 65 mile per hour area and it just drops to like 25, 30 and then like 10 feet later goes right back up. Okay. And pretty soon I'm gonna have to take that break I take in the middle of the stream to deal with, you know, getting myself a little bit of food because I do stream for 11 hours, so sooner or later, you know, gotta eat. When that happens, what I'll probably do, we'll see. I'll put up to a poll on what we're gonna play if we're gonna keep playing this. Like I do intend to continue like starting the stream with this for the next couple of streams and all that because I'm really into it. Why are you unhappy about your water situation? So you're definitely connected. Oh, you are not connected even remotely. My goodness. Whoops. Are you also not connected? So you're connected, but you're Baldur's Gate 3. That was the plan for probably gonna do that Friday. I was gonna reach out to you about the redemption and basically say how's Friday sound for that. Because that's what I want to like make sure to mention in advance. Because I want to give it all the chances to be successful it can be. Because like I kind of said before is I want to see how it does. For you, is it early stream or late stream? It's late stream that you tune in mostly, right? Let's see. There are counties in Colorado that have 50 feet of road at the bottom of a decline with surprising low speed limit and high fines. Yep, early stream? Okay. So yeah, so we'll probably do then is Friday we'll probably start with Baldur's Gate 3. And we'll probably do it for half the stream. Because that's usually what I do when people do the redeem. Unless they're like super duper into it. We'll see. And we'll see how that goes. If viewership seems to be decent enough, we'll probably play it like again in the future. Probably, I'm thinking as like maybe a weekly thing, if people seem to be into it. If not, then you know, I'll let the voters the viewers vote with their eyeballs on what they want to see. But yeah, we'll definitely check it out and do at least like half a stream and see how it goes. Oh yeah, no, I don't remember when you posted the, well, if the emotes didn't work here on the other platform, but I saw the emotes. Okay, so that means we should have a whole lot of grain coming in. So let's check our exports. They still will start leveling up. We are profitable again, so that's good. So my hope is, as those wind up, we'll start being able to produce a bunch. The downside is, for the poor people who have to commute out here, you've got to go from wherever you live and drive all the way out into the boonies. Oh, you saw them after refresh? Gotcha. You have to drive like all the way out into boonies to do all that. Is there any way for me to see how things are going over there? Not really. It does seem like on the YouTube side it is 100% like all about the VOD. Like the live viewing is just not even a thing. But we'll see. It still helps the channel. It does save me having to do extra effort editing the video because it's just a VOD now. Which means I don't have to think about it at all. And what I'm hoping I could do is maybe actually start properly editing some videos and see how that goes. We'll see. I have pretty low expectations on that. Alright, so checking in our stuff. Power's fine. Water is fine. Medical is fine. Trash is kind of on its limb. I'm gonna leave it alone for right now. School, we need more elementary schools. And I just cannot seem to get my people into the other schools at all. Like, we have the availability, no one's using it. Is that upgraded? You don't look upgraded. Oh, right, that's a high school. Never mind, I don't need to upgrade that. We have more than enough capacity in high school. I have so many elementary schools, they're like everywhere now. But, to their credit, the elementary schools are getting pretty... Like, they actually go and fill up the elementary schools. Maybe I could shove one right here? And expand the capacity. Alright. Yeah, so like we don't have the capacity for all the eligible ones, but we're not really filling up the ones there. So you look at say Skylines II category, you get things like top 50 live cams in the world. Yeah. It's a whole thing. Alright, so with that, what is gonna end up happening right now is I do think for keeping the VOD clean on the YouTube side, I'm gonna kill that. So for those over checking on YouTube, we'll be back in a little while, possibly with something for. What I end up doing is I do stream for 11 hours. And so what ends up happening is about halfway through stream, I throw some dinner in the oven. It takes me about 5 minutes or so, just to make sure that I eat, drink, that kind of stuff, because I do go for a very long time. If I don't do that, I don't have the energy to get through everything. So I'm going to run down, do that. It takes about 5 minutes. We're going to go ahead, for right now, I'm going to actually go out of my way to save City Skylines. We're going to turn on our normal music, and what we're going to head and do is set up words on stream. Now, words on stream, it's just kind of a thing that we could do to, you know, have a little bit of fun. All that gives you something to actively work on while I am running downstairs. It usually takes about 5 minutes or so for me to do that. But then usually we'll go till we get a game over on words on stream. And once we do that, then I will have a poll to see what we're doing next. I am going to have City Skylines as one of the options, because I have been enjoying it, but I like to let chat kind of dictate and choose what we're playing, because it's kind of a thing to help them participate. And if people just aren't vibing with the game we're playing, it helps them, you know, be able to like nudge the game in the direction they want to go. For those who haven't played words on stream before, it's pretty straightforward. You get a bunch of letters in the middle of your screen. Pretty straightforward with that. Why does it say it's still...